had always been drawn to the idea of spending time alone in the woods. There was something about being completely removed from the buzz of the city, from the endless hum of people, traffic, and obligations, that felt like freedom to me. In the fall of 2011, when I was 27, I finally had the chance. I had saved up enough money to rent a small, secluded cabin in northern Minnesota, in a dense forested area far from the nearest town. The cabin was small, built from rough-hewn logs, with a slanted roof and a single stone chimney. It had a wood stove, a tiny kitchen, a single bedroom, and a bathroom with cold running water. I booked it for a full week, intending to spend the time writing, hiking, and completely disconnecting from the rest of the world. The drive to the cabin was long and winding. I left Minneapolis early in the morning, the roads slick from a recent rain. I remember the air getting colder and crisper as I drove north, the trees becoming taller, denser, and darker. At some point, the paved road ended, replaced by a gravel track that twisted between the evergreens. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows that seemed to crawl across the forest floor. The cabin sat in a small clearing surrounded by towering pines and birches. There was a small creek to one side, its water murky and slow-moving, and a pile of firewood stacked neatly next to the porch. I parked my old sedan on the dirt drive, noting that I was completely alone. The first night passed without incident. I chopped wood for the stove, built a fire, and watched the flames flicker across the walls. I had brought a stack of notebooks and pens, intending to write a short story each day, and I filled pages late into the night. Outside, I could hear the sounds of the forest, owls, the rustle of small animals, and the occasional snap of a distant branch. At first, the sounds were comforting, a reminder that life continued even when humans were absent. But as the darkness deepened, they became sharper, more pronounced, almost deliberate. On the second day, I decided to explore the surrounding woods. I had brought a map, but it was old and not very detailed. I followed a narrow trail that wound between thick stands of pines and maple trees, their leaves a brilliant mix of yellow, orange, and red. The trail led to a small hill that overlooked the creek. From there, I could see the cabin in the distance, almost hidden by the trees. It was peaceful, almost picturesque, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. I returned to the cabin exhausted but satisfied. I spent the evening cooking a simple meal over the stove, a can of chili with bread and a thermos of coffee. As the fire crackled, I noticed something odd. The front door, which I had locked when I left, was slightly ajar. I was certain I had locked it. My heart started to race, but I quickly rationalized it. Maybe I had forgotten to turn the deadbolt properly. I pushed it shut and locked it again, checking the windows as well. Everything else seemed fine, but I couldn't shake a creeping unease. The third day was colder, with a mist hanging low among the trees. I decided to hike further, past the hill, following the creek upstream. The water was slower here, pooling in small basins between rocks, and the air smelled damp and earthy. I walked for hours, noting animal tracks in the mud. Deer, raccoon, maybe even a coyote. By late afternoon, I realized I had wandered farther than I had intended. The forest looked different now, denser and darker. I turned to head back, only to find that the trail I had been following seemed to vanish into a tangle of underbrush. I tried to retrace my steps, but nothing looked familiar. Panic started to creep in. I stopped to catch my breath, trying to calm down. I knew I needed to stay calm, so I sat on a fallen log, listening. The forest was silent now, the usual rustling of animals and birds gone. I felt a prickle of fear crawl down my spine. After a while, I forced myself to stand and pick a direction that seemed vaguely downhill, hoping it would lead me back to the creek and eventually the cabin. I walked for another hour, my legs aching, my lungs burning. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, I caught a glimpse of the cabin through the trees. Relief flooded me, but it was tempered by a cold dread. I had been gone too long. Something didn't feel right. When I reached the cabin, the door was again slightly open. My stomach sank. I had locked it before I left. I pushed it closed and checked the locks again, this time inspecting the hinges and the frame for any signs of forced entry. Nothing. No footprints in the dirt. No broken glass. No signs that anyone had been inside. I told myself I must have left it ajar when I left in the morning, but the unease lingered. That night, I kept the fire going much later than usual, the shadows dancing across the walls like silent watchers. On the fourth day, the weather turned harsh. Heavy rain began in the morning, turning the gravel road into a slick, muddy track. I stayed inside, tending the fire and writing. Around midday, I heard a noise outside, a low, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the ground. I froze, straining to hear. The sound stopped. I got up and peered through the window, but the rain made visibility poor. I told myself it was probably a fallen branch or a deer, but my stomach twisted with fear. I spent the rest of the day indoors, checking the locks repeatedly, listening to the rain pound the roof. That night, the storm intensified. Thunder rolled through the forest, and lightning illuminated the cabin in blinding flashes. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by a loud crash outside, followed by the sound of shattering glass. My heart raced. I grabbed a flashlight and a heavy metal poker from the fireplace. I approached the window, shining the light into the darkness. Outside, I could see a section of the porch railing had been broken, splintered with scattered on the ground. The rain had stopped, and the forest was eerily silent. I stepped outside, the cold air biting my skin, and saw nothing. No footprints, no signs of anyone, just the broken wood and the dark trees. I felt a deep, gnawing fear that someone had been here, watching, waiting. The next morning, I made a plan. I would leave. I couldn't stay another night, not with the fear gnawing at me. But the storm had left the road slick and treacherous. My car might not make it. I decided to wait for the sun to rise higher and the ground to dry a bit. I spent the morning clearing debris from around the car and starting a fire in the stove to warm up. By midday, the rain had stopped and the ground was firmer. I packed quickly, double-checked that all the windows and doors were secure, and drove cautiously down the gravel track. Every snap of a branch, every rustle of leaves made me jump. I was hyper-aware, expecting something to leap out of the trees. When I finally reached the main road, the tension started to ease slightly. The familiar lines of traffic and distant buildings were a relief. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. By the time I reached the nearest town, I felt exhausted, physically and mentally drained. I stopped at a diner to eat and gather my thoughts. The waitress gave me a curious look. I must have looked like a ghost, drenched, disheveled, and trembling. I sat there for a long time, staring out the window, trying to make sense of what had happened. I knew that nothing supernatural had occurred. There had been no ghosts, no monsters, but someone or something had been nearby. Someone had watched me, possibly broken into the cabin, and left without a trace. After I returned to the city, I reported the incident to the local authorities. They came to inspect the cabin but found nothing. No signs of forced entry beyond the broken porch railing. No footprints, no fingerprints. They suggested it could have been a transient or a local who had broken in for shelter, then fled. It made sense, but it didn't ease the memory of the nights I spent in terror. In the months that followed, I avoided the woods entirely. The memory of those nights stayed with me, a constant reminder of how vulnerable I had been, how quickly peace can turn into fear. I changed my routines, started keeping my doors and windows locked at all times, and developed a keen awareness of my surroundings. I didn't stop loving nature, but I never again sought solitude in the wild in the same way. The cabin experience taught me a hard lesson. Nature itself isn't scary. People can be, even when you expect only silence and solitude. Eventually, I returned to writing, using the experience as material for my stories. I wrote every detail: the sound of the trees, the feel of the cold rain, the oppressive silence, and the creeping fear that someone was watching. It became the basis of my first published book, a collection of realistic survival stories. Every time I look back on that week in northern Minnesota, I remember the terror. It was the summer of 2009, and I had decided to take a break from everything for a week. I was 29, exhausted from long hours at a small publishing office in Chicago, and craving silence that the city could never provide. I had grown up visiting my grandparents in rural Wisconsin during the summers, so the forests and lakes there always felt familiar, comforting. I rented a small cabin through a local listing I found online. The place was out near the northern part of the state, near a town called Hayward, a place I remembered vaguely from my childhood trips. The cabin itself was off a dirt road that wound through thick pine and birch forests, about half a mile from the nearest paved road. The GPS signal was weak, which I thought would be perfect for escaping the constant notifications and emails that chased me every day. The cabin was a single-story wooden structure with a steeply pitched roof and a small porch that wrapped around one side. From the photographs online, it looked cozy, and I liked the way it seemed isolated without being completely unreachable. When I arrived mid-afternoon, the sun was low, casting long shadows through the trees. I parked my old Honda Civic on the uneven dirt driveway, grabbed my backpack, and walked to the porch. The cabin smelled faintly of wood polish and something else I couldn't immediately identify. Maybe damp leaves or old smoke from the fireplace. The lock on the door was an old-fashioned key, which the caretaker had left under the flower pot by the steps. That little detail made me feel a mix of safety and unease at the same time. Simple and traditional, yet strangely vulnerable. Inside, the cabin was modest. There was a small living area with a couch, a coffee table, and a wood stove in the corner. The kitchen was tiny but functional, with a small refrigerator, a two-burner stove, and a few basic utensils and pots. The bedroom had a full-size bed with a thick quilt, a wooden dresser, and a small nightstand. I liked the simplicity of it. The windows didn't have heavy curtains, so the forest felt like it was pressing right up against the walls, almost entering the room through the glass. I unpacked my things, made a cup of instant coffee on the stove, and sat on the porch for a while, listening to the quiet. At first, it was soothing. The wind rustling through the trees, birds chirping faintly. But then I noticed something subtle. The silence was almost too complete. There was no distant traffic, no neighbors, not even the occasional hum of insects. It felt like the forest itself was holding its breath. The first night passed uneventfully. I had planned to spend the week hiking, reading, and simply being alone. But that night, sleep came in fits. The cabin settled with small creaks and groans, and at one point I swore I heard something walking in the yard outside, soft footsteps in the dirt. I reminded myself it was probably a deer or raccoon, but still, I felt my stomach knot in ways it hadn't in years. I lay awake for hours, listening to the distant sound of wind through the pines, straining to distinguish natural noises from potential threats. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I fell into a fitful sleep. The next day, I set out to explore the surrounding forest. The caretaker had left a paper map, and I studied it before leaving, trying to plan a route that would let me see the lake a mile or two away. The trail was narrow, overgrown in parts, and littered with pine needles and fallen branches. I felt a strange thrill walking there alone, hearing only the crunch of my boots and the occasional bird call. After an hour, I reached the edge of the lake. It was calm, mirror-like, and surrounded by thick woods. I stayed for a long time, sitting on a fallen log, letting the solitude soak into me. The water was cool and clear, and I even dipped my hand in, enjoying the sensation of the forest's quietude. When I returned to the cabin in the late afternoon, I noticed something I hadn't earlier: a faint set of tire tracks in the dirt road leading up to the cabin. They weren't recent, but they were close enough to suggest someone had been there within the last day or so. I brushed it off, thinking it could have been the caretaker or another visitor, maybe a local checking trails. Still, I felt a small prickle of unease. The forest felt different in the evening, darker, more oppressive. The shadows between the trees seemed sharper, longer. The wind, which had been playful during the day, now carried low, eerie whines through the branches. On the third day, I went further into the forest, choosing a path that the map marked as Old Logging Trail. It was steeper and rougher, and I was grateful for my boots and backpack with water and snacks. About halfway along, I noticed a small structure through the trees. An abandoned hunting shack, weathered and leaning, its windows broken. I didn't want to go too close, but curiosity got the better of me. The door hung loosely on one hinge, and inside it smelled like damp wood and decayed leaves. It was empty, but I found a few discarded cans and a tattered sleeping bag. This, combined with the tracks I had noticed earlier, made me realize that although the area was remote, it wasn't completely uninhabited. I felt a mix of relief and anxiety. Someone had been here recently, or at least within the last few months. By the fourth day, unease had settled firmly in my mind. I noticed that at night, the noises outside had changed. There were footsteps again, but they weren't consistent with deer or other animals. They were deliberate, heavy, and seemed to move closer to the cabin in the late hours. I tried to rationalize it. Wind making branches hit the porch, animals stepping on dry leaves, but the sound was unmistakable. Something was outside. I double-checked the locks, making sure the key was firmly in the door. I even moved the furniture slightly so I could have a clear view out the windows from the bed. Sleep became impossible. I kept listening, straining for any sound that might reveal what was out there. On the fifth day, I woke to a sound that made my heart stop. It was light at first, a rhythmic thump, but as I focused, it became a distinct knock at the cabin door. I froze. The caretaker's instructions had emphasized that I would likely be alone, that neighbors were distant, and that the road was rarely traveled. No one should be there. I waited, ears straining. Nothing. After 10 minutes, the knocking came again, soft, deliberate. I could hear it through the wooden door. My mind raced. Could it be a neighbor checking on me? But then I remembered how isolated the cabin was. It had to be someone else. I grabbed a flashlight and slowly approached the door, peering through the small window. Nothing. Just the shadowed outline of trees in the dim morning light. I tried calling my cell, but as I expected, there was no signal. My stomach twisted. I decided I had to stay calm and keep inside until someone arrived. But the day stretched on with every creak and snap of the forest making me jump. That evening, I heard voices faintly outside, muffled and indistinct, moving around the cabin. I didn't dare open a window. I moved all the furniture near the doors and windows to create barriers and sat on the bed with a small kitchen knife. I considered leaving the cabin, but my car was a mile down the dirt road, and the forest was dense and confusing. The voices continued intermittently, sometimes pausing, sometimes closer. Sleep was impossible. My body shook from adrenaline. My hands cramped from tension. I realized I had underestimated just how exposed I was in the forest. I had imagined peaceful solitude. I hadn't imagined someone actively coming close to my cabin without my consent. On the sixth day, I decided I had to take control of the situation. I packed my essentials in my backpack, made sure my knife was accessible, and prepared to leave the cabin at first light. I set up a small signal with a mirror and my flashlight, thinking if anyone was out there I could use it to call attention, but mostly it was about feeling in control. That night, I barely slept, sitting in a chair facing the door. Every sound, the wind, the trees, even my own breathing was magnified. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow past the window. I didn't move. I waited, passed. Relief was fleeting. My imagination kept replaying every noise as a potential threat. The next morning, I started my hike back to the road, keeping low and moving quietly. The forest, which had seemed welcoming, now felt like a trap. Every rustle of leaves, every snapped twig, sent a jolt through me. When I reached my car, I found fresh tire tracks near the driveway. Someone had been behind me. My pulse spiked, but I didn't stop. I got in, locked the doors, and drove carefully down the dirt road, keeping my eyes on the trees lining the path. The forest seemed endless, but eventually, I reached the paved road. Relief washed over me in waves. I kept driving until I reached Hayward, where I stopped at a diner for a long breakfast. My hands were shaking, but I felt alive. I returned home a few days later, and I never went back to that cabin. Looking back, I realize how quickly a place that felt safe and familiar can become frightening when isolation is absolute and someone else enters your space without. I remember the first time I drove up the narrow, twisting road that led to the cabin. It was early September of 2008, and I had taken the week off from my job in Portland to get away from everything. My name is Caleb. I was 30 at the time, and I'd been living in the city for over a decade. The air in Portland was thick with smoke from wildfires that had been raging up north, and I could feel it settling in my chest. I needed space, quiet, and something to shake me awake from the constant haze of work and routine. That's when I found the cabin, listed on a small local website for vacation rentals. It wasn't fancy, just an old, wooden structure tucked into the forests of southern Oregon, near a small creek that the listing promised was full of trout. The photos looked perfect: rustic, wooden walls, a stone fireplace, and a porch that overlooked a dense forest. I booked it immediately. When I arrived, the sun was low, just starting to dip behind the hills, casting long shadows across the road. The cabin sat on a slope, surrounded by a mix of pine and fir trees. A thin layer of mist clung to the forest floor, curling around the trunks like smoke. I remember feeling a thrill of excitement, but also a prickling sense of unease that I tried to shake off. The cabin was older than I expected. The wood was weathered, and there were small gaps in the siding where the wind could slip through. The porch sagged slightly on one corner, and the door creaked loudly when I pushed it open. Inside, the smell of old wood and faint mildew hit me. It wasn't unpleasant, just noticeable. The floorboards groaned under my weight, and the small stone fireplace sat cold and empty. I dropped my bag and wandered through the small space, taking in the kitchen with its chipped counters, the small bathroom with a rust-stained sink, and the bedroom with a thin mattress on a low bed frame. The first night, I sat on the porch with a bottle of water, listening to the creek babbling below and the wind moving through the trees. The forest felt alive in a way the city never could. Every small sound seemed amplified. The snapping of a twig somewhere in the dark, the rustle of leaves, the faint call of an owl. I slept lightly, waking occasionally to strange noises that I convinced myself were animals. The next day, I decided to explore the surrounding area. I found a narrow trail that led down to the creek. The water was cold and clear, and I spent hours walking along its banks, trying to see any sign of fish. The area was beautiful but lonely. There were no other cabins nearby, no people, no cars passing by. Occasionally, I would hear a distant engine or a dog barking, but mostly, the silence dominated. I liked it. I thought I could handle it. That evening, as I returned to the cabin, I noticed something odd. On the porch, there were fresh footprints in the dirt, small and muddy, leading from the tree-line to the cabin door. My heart jumped. I had been alone all day. No one had been around. I tried to tell myself it must be an animal, maybe a deer or a large dog, but the prints looked wrong. They were too small for a man, too human-like for an animal. I scrubbed them off with water from the creek, trying not to let panic take hold. I checked all the windows and the doors. Everything was locked. Nothing was missing or moved. Over the next day, I noticed more things. Small signs of someone or something having been near the cabin. A stick placed oddly on the porch railing. Small scratches on the door frame. A flattened patch in the grass where it looked like someone had sat. I didn't want to believe anyone had been watching me, but the evidence kept mounting. I told myself it was paranoia, the forest playing tricks on my mind. I kept to myself, didn't venture far from the cabin, and double-checked the locks each night. On the third day, I went into the nearby town to pick up some supplies. The store was small, and the locals were friendly but curious about why I was staying so far out in the woods. I didn't mention the cabin or the strange things I had seen. When I returned, the sun was already dipping behind the trees. As I drove down the long dirt road, I noticed another car parked near the trailhead leading to the cabin. I slowed, but the car wasn't there when I passed the trailhead again. My stomach sank. That night, I made sure to lock every door and window, double-checking everything twice. I set up a small camping stove in the kitchen, cooked some pasta, and tried to ignore the feeling of being watched. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of the door handle rattling. My heart raced. I stayed still, trying to convince myself it was the wind. The rattling stopped, but then I heard footsteps outside on the porch. They were slow, careful, deliberate. I grabbed the small hunting knife I had brought and crept to the bedroom window. Through the thin curtain, I saw nothing, only the shadows of trees swaying in the moonlight. The next day, I decided I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to find some kind of explanation. I went down to the creek, following it to see if there were any nearby trails or signs of people. That's when I found a small campsite hidden in the trees, no more than 100 yards from the cabin. The fire pit was cold but had remnants of recent use. Scorched wood, a few tin cans, footprints leading away into the forest. I realized with a sinking feeling that someone had been living near the cabin, unseen, watching me. Over the next 2 days, I stayed inside as much as possible, avoiding the porch, the windows, even the creek. I heard footsteps at all hours, saw fleeting shadows moving through the trees, and found small, deliberate signs of intrusion. A stick placed across the door threshold, footprints in the mud outside my window, and even a rock thrown at the side of the cabin one morning. I began sleeping in the corner of the bedroom with the knife clutched in my hand, my senses hyper-aware of every sound. On the 5th day, I made a plan. I couldn't stay here alone, not with whoever or whatever was watching me. I packed a bag with the essentials: food, water, and the small knife. I decided I would leave at first light. That night, I barely slept. Every sound seemed amplified. The wind, the creak, the snapping of twigs. I kept checking the windows and doors, but I could see nothing. Around 2 in the morning, I woke to a loud crash downstairs. My heart pounding, I crept toward the stairs. The kitchen window had been smashed. A rock had gone straight through the glass, and there were muddy footprints leading from the trees to the cabin. I didn't hesitate. I ran to the bedroom, grabbed my bag, and prepared to leave. But then I heard it. A voice, low and calm, coming from the corner of the living room. It was a man whispering to himself. I couldn't see him clearly, just the outline of a figure in the dim moonlight. I froze. He stepped closer. My mind raced. I realized there was no way I could confront him, no way I could fight him off in the cabin. I had to escape. I ran for the back door, knife in hand, and plunged into the darkness of the forest. The cold air hit me, the mud sucking at my boots. I didn't stop. I followed the creek, hoping it would lead me to the road. My heart felt like it was going to explode. I could hear the man behind me yelling now, angry, but I didn't look back. I stumbled, fell into the mud, and kept running, branches slapping my face, twigs breaking under my feet. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 30 minutes, I broke through the trees onto a small dirt road. I ran until I saw headlights in the distance and waved frantically. A truck slowed and stopped. The driver, an older man, stared at me, covered in mud, breathing heavily, eyes wide. I didn't even speak. I jumped in, and he sped off toward the nearest town. I never looked back. The next week, the police came to investigate the cabin. They found evidence of someone living nearby, hidden in the woods. A small, makeshift camp, stolen supplies from nearby cabins, and a man with a long history of burglary and stalking. He had probably been watching me for days, waiting for the right moment. They told me it could have ended much worse if I had stayed one more night. I never returned to that cabin. I sold the remaining days of my vacation and stayed with friends in town. But the memory stayed with me, the feeling of being watched, of someone so close I could have touched them without knowing. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, always checking doors, windows, and locks, and I never went back to the woods alone. The forest, which had once felt beautiful and peaceful, became a place of anxiety and fear. Looking back now, I realize how lucky I was. Every sound, every shadow, every odd detail I had noticed before now makes sense. I had ignored the signs, convinced myself it was my imagination. But reality is far stranger and far more dangerous than imagination. The forest holds its quiet secrets, and some of them, I learned the hard way, are better left undisturbed. That experience changed me. I am more cautious, more aware, and I understand the weight of solitude in a place where someone else could be hiding, watching, and waiting. It was a lesson I would never forget. And while I eventually returned to the city and life went, I had always wanted a quiet weekend away from the city, a place where the air felt heavier with trees and lighter with nothingness. It was late October 2012 when I decided to rent a small cabin up in the Allegheny Mountains of Pennsylvania. I was 28 at the time, working a desk job in Pittsburgh, and the hum of fluorescent lights and constant emails had started to gnaw at my nerves. I wasn't a seasoned camper or hiker. I liked comfort and order, and I had chosen this cabin because it seemed isolated but not unreachable, far enough to feel alone but close enough that if something went wrong, I could drive out to a road in under half an hour. The cabin itself was older than I expected. The wooden frame leaned slightly in places, but the roof was intact, and the fireplace looked as though it had been used regularly. There was a small kitchen with a stovetop and a cold, humming fridge, a bathroom with a shower that had slightly cracked tiles, and a bedroom with a bed that seemed to sag a little in the middle. Outside, a small porch faced the edge of the forest, and the autumn leaves had begun to change color, casting an orange and brown glow over everything. I had arrived in the late afternoon, and the sun was starting to sink behind the trees, turning the sky into a soft pink that gradually faded to gray. First, everything was peaceful. I unpacked my car, carried my bag into the cabin, and lit the fireplace to chase away the chill. The smell of burning wood mixed with the crisp air from the windows left open a crack gave the room a kind of earthy warmth. I made a small dinner, just some pasta and canned tomato sauce, and sat by the fire eating slowly, listening to the wind brushing against the trees. It was quiet in a way that made me hyper-aware of every small noise, the creak of the floorboards, the rustle of the trees, a distant bird calling. As the evening progressed, I decided to explore the immediate area around the cabin. A narrow path led away from the porch into the woods, and I followed it for a little while. The trees were tall, and their branches intertwined overhead, leaving only slivers of the night sky visible. I could hear the faint gurgle of a creek somewhere nearby. My flashlight cut a swath of light through the darkness, and I noticed broken branches and animal tracks in the damp soil. I didn't recognize most of them, and the uncertainty gave me a slight, creeping sense of unease. I told myself I was being silly. There was no one else here. Nothing could hurt me. It was a common thought I clung to all weekend, though it became harder to believe as the night went on. Back at the cabin, I locked the door and windows as a precaution, even though there wasn't a logical reason to. I settled by the fire again, trying to read a book, but my mind kept drifting to the noises outside. Every small sound, the wind scraping against the siding, the occasional snap of a branch, made me tense up. Around midnight, I thought I heard a deeper, heavier sound, like footsteps crunching on gravel or dry leaves. My stomach sank, and I froze, listening. The sound stopped as suddenly as it had begun. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal. That was reasonable, right? Still, I stayed awake for a long time, watching shadows move across the cabin walls, feeling my heartbeat thump in my chest. The next morning, I woke to sunlight streaming through the thin curtains. The forest outside looked almost peaceful in the daylight. I made coffee and sat on the porch, listening to the birds, trying to shake off the tension of the previous night. I decided I would go for a hike deeper into the woods. I packed a small backpack with water, some granola bars, and a first aid kit, and I made sure to leave a note on the kitchen counter with the cabin's address, just in case. I didn't plan to be gone long, maybe 2 hours at most. The forest was beautiful. Leaves crunched under my boots. The smell of wet earth and decaying foliage filled the air, and sunlight filtered through the branches in sharp beams. I followed a small trail I had noticed the day before, which twisted through the trees and occasionally followed the edge of the creek. About an hour into the hike, I came across a clearing with an old, abandoned structure. It looked like a small shed, its roof partially collapsed, the wood gray and weathered. Curious, I approached it slowly. The floorboards inside were unstable, and the air smelled strongly of dampness and mildew. There were old tools, rusted and scattered, and a few animal bones. The sight made me uneasy, but I took a few photos and stepped back, reminding myself to stick to the main path. As I continued my hike, I lost track of time. The trail became less clear, and the trees grew denser. I realized I hadn't seen any signs marking the way back, and I started to feel a knot of panic. I tried to retrace my steps, but everything looked the same. The creek I had been following seemed to have shifted in relation to the trail, and shadows from the trees made the forest feel like a maze. I checked my phone for GPS, but service was spotty, and the map was barely loading. My anxiety rose steadily. I knew I needed to stay calm, but I also knew I could be lost for hours if I wasn't careful. I decided to head downhill, hoping the creek would lead me back to the cabin or a road. The ground was uneven, roots and rocks making each step treacherous. I slipped a few times, scraping my hands and knees on the rough forest floor. The sun was starting to dip lower, and shadows grew long and intimidating. I realized I had underestimated the difficulty of navigating in such dense woods, and a cold sense of isolation began to creep over me. I kept reminding myself to stay calm, to conserve energy, and to keep moving. As the evening approached, the sounds of the forest changed. Birds went quiet, and small animals scurried away from the dimming light. The wind picked up, whistling through the branches, making the forest feel larger and emptier than it had in the morning. I started calling out, hoping someone would hear me, but my voice sounded tiny and absurd in the vastness. Each time I thought I recognized the trail or a landmark, I realized it was a false hope. Panic was beginning to claw at me. I knew I had to find the cabin before dark. The thought of spending the night in the woods, with temperatures dropping, filled me with dread. Hours passed, or it felt like hours. My legs ached, my backpack weighed heavily on my shoulders, and the fading light made it difficult to distinguish the trail. I stumbled onto a steep embankment and nearly fell, catching myself on a tree branch. That's when I heard it. A low, guttural growl, followed by the rustle of movement nearby. I froze, trying to pinpoint the sound. My mind immediately jumped to the worst possibilities. Could it be a bear? A wild dog? My heart pounded so hard I was sure it would give me away. I stayed as still as possible, holding my breath. The growl came again, closer this time. I scanned the shadows and caught the brief outline of a large animal, probably a black bear, moving through the trees. My training, or lack of it, kicked in. I remembered reading that sudden movements could provoke an animal. I slowly backed away, keeping my eyes on it, trying to make myself appear larger. The bear seemed to hesitate, sniffing the air. I continued retreating slowly, my legs trembling. After what felt like an eternity, the bear turned and disappeared into the darkness. I didn't dare move until I was sure it had gone. Night had fully fallen by the time I found my way back to the creek. I followed its sound, hoping it would lead me closer to the cabin. My clothes were wet from slipping in the mud and crossing shallow streams. My energy was nearly gone, but the thought of a warm bed and fire pushed me onward. Eventually, I recognized a bend in the creek that I remembered from my morning hike. Relief surged through me. I was close. I arrived back at the cabin around 10:30 p.m., exhausted, muddy, and shivering. I locked the door behind me, set fire to the fireplace, and sat down heavily on the edge of the sagging bed. My heart finally started to slow, and I allowed myself to breathe. The fear, the disorientation, the isolation, it all melted into exhaustion. I cleaned myself as best I could, changed into dry clothes, and wrapped myself in a blanket. I ate some cold granola bars, drank water, and just stared into the flames. The next day, I stayed close to the cabin. I explored the immediate area, marked trees to make small trails, and kept the fire going constantly. I made a mental note to always check the GPS, bring extra food and water, and leave a detailed plan whenever I went hiking alone. By the end of the weekend, I felt stronger, more cautious, and more aware of the dangers that existed even in places that seemed peaceful. I left the cabin with a renewed sense of respect for nature and a deep gratitude for my own safety. Years later, I still think about that weekend, the way isolation changes your perception, the fear that creeps in when you realize how small you are compared to the woods, and the quiet moments when all you can do is breathe and keep moving. That cabin taught me caution, patience, and awareness. It wasn't a fairy tale or a story of supernatural horror. It was real, raw, and unforgettable. And when I look back, I am grateful that I made it out safely, that I was able to navigate the fear. I first discovered the cabin when I was 29, during the summer of 2012. I had taken a leave from my job in the city. It had been a grueling 6 months of nonstop deadlines and nights filled with the flicker of fluorescent lights and computer screens. I was exhausted, physically and mentally. My apartment in Cleveland felt suffocating, even though it was small and simple, and I needed space to breathe. My decision to rent a cabin in northern Michigan came on a whim, inspired by a travel blog I had read in a coffee shop one rainy morning. The writer spoke of dense forests, serene lakes, and the kind of solitude that allowed one to think clearly for the first time in years. I was desperate for that clarity. I drove for hours, my car loaded with supplies I didn't know I would need. Canned food, water, a small stove, sleeping bags, a first aid kit, a flashlight, and a single backpack filled with books. The final stretch of road was narrow and winding, flanked by towering pines and hardwoods that cast long shadows over the asphalt. By the time I saw the cabin, the sun was already low, sending golden light through the trees, streaking across the road like a warning I didn't yet understand. The cabin itself was modest, a small, one-story structure built from weathered logs. Its roof sagged slightly, but it had a rustic charm that immediately drew me in. The windows were dusty but intact, and the door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, it smelled of old wood and must, the kind of smell that clings to your lungs and makes you cough at first, but then settles into something comforting once you accept it. The first night, I unpacked slowly, methodically arranging my belongings. I lit the small stove, boiling water to make tea, and I sat in the middle of the main room on the wooden floor, sipping it and listening. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees. Every so often, a branch scraped against the roof, a dull, rhythmic sound that seemed harmless but somehow kept my attention. The cabin had no phone signal, and I had limited internet on my laptop, which only worked sporadically when I climbed to the small rise behind the house. That was fine with me. I wanted to disconnect. On the second day, I explored the surroundings. Behind the cabin, the forest thickened almost immediately. Fallen leaves and pine needles carpeted the ground, making each step soft and muted. There was a narrow trail that led down to a small lake, hidden from view by the dense trees. The water was calm, reflecting the sky perfectly, the kind of place where it felt like no one had been for years. I spent hours there, sitting on a fallen log, dipping my hands in the cold water, letting the quiet wrap around me like a blanket. By evening, I returned to the cabin, feeling a strange mix of peace and isolation, a sensation I hadn't experienced in a long time. The real unease began on the third night. I had cooked a simple meal, canned beans and rice, and was cleaning up when I heard it. A distant rustling, deliberate and heavy, coming from the edge of the clearing. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the sound repeated, and there was a weight to it, a rhythm that suggested something larger. I froze, straining to hear. The wind was still, and the usual forest noises, birds, insects, the creak of trees were absent. That absence made the rustling sharper, more defined. I reminded myself that I was alone, and that my mind was playing tricks on me. Still, I checked the locks on the cabin doors and windows, ran a hand over the hilt of the small hunting knife I had brought, and tried to convince myself it was nothing. The next day, I ventured further along the trail, hoping to ease my anxiety with exercise. The forest grew thicker, older. Trees leaned over paths like guardians, their roots snaking across the dirt in grotesque patterns. I noticed signs of wildlife, claw marks on trees, scat in hidden patches, small burrows at the bases of trees. But the deeper I went, the more I noticed something off. I started seeing broken branches, low on the ground, almost like someone had crouched and moved through the underbrush. The thought sent a chill down my spine, but I shook it off, telling myself it was bears or raccoons again. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sky had turned a dull gray, the kind that made the forest feel oppressive. I lit a fire in the small stove and tried to focus on reading, but every creak of the cabin, every crack of a branch outside made me jump. I began to notice small details I hadn't before. The faint scuff marks near the door, the dirt tracks that weren't mine, faint scratches along the wooden floor. By the fourth night, I realized I wasn't just uneasy. I was genuinely afraid. I kept hearing the same rhythmic rustling outside, sometimes accompanied by the low thud of something large moving against the trees. I knew no bear would move that quietly and deliberately, not at that hour, and the sound seemed too controlled to be purely animalistic. Sleep was impossible. I sat in the main room with the knife beside me, listening, heart hammering, the shadows from the fire dancing on the walls. Every few minutes, I thought I saw movement through the windows, subtle shifts that could have been tricks of light. My mind raced with possibilities, and I felt trapped. The nearest neighbor was miles away, unreachable except by a long drive, and the forest seemed endless, suffocating in its density. The fifth day, I decided I needed to gather more supplies and figure out an escape plan. I packed a small bag with essentials: water, food, first aid, my knife, and a flashlight, and walked to the main road, hoping to see a car or a sign of human life. The walk took longer than expected. The forest was disorienting. Every turn seemed the same, and the trail became faint in places, swallowed by weeds and fallen branches. My anxiety grew with every step. Halfway to the road, I stopped, catching my breath, and that's when I heard a voice, or what sounded like a voice. It was faint, just beyond the tree line, muffled, but unmistakably human. I froze. I told myself I must be imagining it. But then the rustling began again, closer, and I realized it was not an animal. Whoever or whatever it was, they were moving toward me. Panic set in. I ran blindly through the trees, tripping over roots and branches, my bag slipping from my shoulder. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might explode. After what felt like hours, I stumbled onto the road, gasping, covered in scratches and sweat. The voice and the rustling had stopped. I looked around. There was no one. Back at the cabin, I barricaded the doors with furniture and kept the knife close. That night was the worst. The rustling didn't stop. I could hear footsteps pacing outside, circling the cabin. My mind conjured every possible scenario. A criminal hiding out, someone tracking me for reasons I couldn't guess, or a lost hiker who had turned dangerous. I stayed awake until dawn, my body trembling, barely eating, drinking only water. When morning came, I peered through the small window and saw nothing but the forest, serene and still. It mocked me with its calm. I knew I couldn't stay there any longer. I packed quickly, stuffing my belongings into my car. Before leaving, I checked the cabin carefully. That's when I noticed it. Shallow footprints in the dirt near the back door, not deep enough to indicate weight, but unmistakably human. They were too small to be mine, too deliberate to be casual wildlife movement. My stomach churned. Someone had been inside the property while I slept, or at least very close. I realized I had underestimated the risk, and I knew that if I had waited another night, things could have turned violent. I got into the car and drove without looking back, the forest shrinking behind me, a constant shadow in my mind. By the time I reached the nearest town, I was exhausted, disheveled, and paranoid. I reported the footprints to the local sheriff, who gave me a skeptical look, probably thinking I was overreacting. But I was certain. I stayed in town for a few days, gathering my thoughts, and then drove straight home. The city, with all its noise and crowds, felt strangely comforting after that experience. The incident haunted me for months. I would wake in the night, convinced I heard footsteps outside my apartment, my body tense, ready to react. It changed me, made me aware of how vulnerable one could be, even in a place that seemed safe and isolated for peace. Years later, I returned to northern Michigan, but I never went back to that cabin. I never knew exactly who or what had been lurking outside those walls. The footprints, the rustling, the presence that seemed to follow me. It was a mystery. I only know that the experience taught me the importance of caution, awareness, and the realization that isolation can be dangerous in ways one never anticipates. I now travel with friends or groups, never alone, and I carry not only supplies but also knowledge, understanding, and respect for the unpredictability of the world. The forest had shown me a raw truth. Solitude can be peaceful. It was the summer of 2018, and I had decided to take a solo trip into the mountains of western Montana. I was 29 at the time, and work had been relentless. My days were swallowed by spreadsheets and endless emails, leaving me drained and restless. I longed for silence, for nothing but the rustling of trees and the occasional bird call. After weeks of planning, I found a small cabin for rent near the edge of a forested ridge, not far from a trail I had read about in old hiking forums. It was described as remote, hard to reach, and perfect for someone looking to disconnect. The pictures online showed a small, weathered cabin with dark-stained wood, a tin roof that looked slightly rusted, and a narrow trail leading down to a creek. The surroundings seemed untouched, wild, and lonely. That's exactly what I wanted. I arrived late in the afternoon, driving along a narrow gravel road that twisted up into the hills. The forest grew denser as I climbed higher, and the gravel road became more like a barely maintained path. My car rattled over rocks and dips, and I had to slow down to avoid scraping the undercarriage. I remember thinking that if anyone had to find me here, it would take hours, maybe even a day. Part of me was exhilarated by the isolation, but another part felt a flicker of unease that I quickly pushed aside. The cabin was even smaller than I expected, but I liked that. One large room with a small kitchenette, a sleeping loft above, and a tiny bathroom with a shower that looked like it worked but probably needed careful handling. There was a wood stove in the corner, and I realized quickly that I would need to chop some wood if I wanted to stay warm at night. The windows were old and creaked when I touched them, but the view of the forest outside was beautiful. The sun was starting to dip behind the ridges, painting the trees with a warm, golden glow. I unpacked my things, set my backpack down, and decided to explore the area. The trail I had read about was just a few hundred feet from the cabin, winding down to the creek. The forest was thick with tall pines and firs, and the smell of earth and moss was overwhelming in the best way. I followed the trail for a while, feeling a mixture of freedom and nervousness. There was a stillness in the air, a kind of quiet that felt both comforting and slightly oppressive. I knew I was alone, truly alone, in a place that felt timeless and untouched by humans. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sky had darkened. I lit the stove and made myself a simple dinner of canned beans and bread. The cabin seemed cozy as the fire crackled, but shadows moved in the corners of the room, cast by the flickering light. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling, telling myself it was just my imagination. I went to bed in the loft, lying on the thin mattress, and listened to the wind through the trees. At first, it was soothing, but after a while, the sounds of branches rubbing together and the occasional thud of something falling in the forest outside began to make me tense. I closed my eyes tightly, telling myself it was nothing. Eventually, sleep took me, but it was uneasy, punctuated by the creaks of the cabin and the occasional distant howl of a coyote. The next morning, I woke early. The sun was bright, and the forest seemed alive with movement. Birds called out, and the air was crisp and cool. I made coffee on the stove and decided to hike along the creek trail. The path descended steeply, twisting and turning along rocks and roots. I had to concentrate carefully with each step. The forest floor was damp from overnight dew, making the rocks slippery. I found myself thinking about how easy it would be to twist an ankle or worse if I wasn't careful. That thought lingered in my mind as I continued, but the beauty of the surroundings kept me going. Water trickled over rocks, and the air smelled of wet earth and pine. Fish darted beneath the clear water in shallow pools, and occasionally I spotted a deer in the distance, frozen and alert before it vanished into the trees. I spent the day exploring, climbing over fallen logs, and tracing the creek as it wound through the forest. Hours passed without seeing another human. By late afternoon, my legs were sore, and I decided to head back to the cabin. That's when I first noticed that the trail looked different. A few branches that I was sure were on the left side of the path were now on the right. Small rocks and patches of mud seemed out of place. I paused and retraced my steps, convinced I had just misremembered the route. But soon, the sense of wrongness grew. The trail seemed narrower, more tangled, as if it had shifted overnight. I started marking trees with small scratches on the bark, just in case I got lost. Hours passed, and I realized I might have taken a wrong turn somewhere. The sun began to dip, and the shadows grew long. My heart rate increased, and I started to feel that sharp edge of fear you get when you realize you are genuinely alone in the wilderness, far from anyone who could help. I kept telling myself to stay calm. I checked my phone. No signal. My map only showed the general area, not the trails, and the compass app on my phone seemed to give erratic readings. I had a backpack with water, some snacks, a flashlight, and a small first aid kit, but the thought of spending a night in the forest alone, without knowing exactly where I was, gnawed at me. I kept walking, hoping to recognize something familiar. Then I heard it, a rustling sound that didn't match the wind or the movement of the creek. I froze, straining to listen. The sound came again, closer this time, like someone or something was moving through the underbrush. My pulse shot up. I remembered reading about mountain lions and bears in this area, and suddenly every snapping twig felt like a threat. I whispered reassurances to myself, telling myself it was probably just a deer, maybe a squirrel. I wished I had brought bear spray. I had intended to, but I hadn't thought it necessary for a short day hike. Now I regretted it. I slowed down and tried to stay as quiet as possible, moving along the trail in a cautious, deliberate manner. The sun was nearly gone, and darkness was beginning to settle. I realized that even if I could find the cabin tonight, it would be almost pitch black, and I would be navigating the trail with only my flashlight. I stopped to take a breath and assess my situation. My legs were sore, my water supply was running low, and I was genuinely lost. That's when I heard it again. A low growl, closer this time, followed by a heavy snapping of branches. My mind raced through possibilities. Bear, mountain lion, or some other wild animal. I didn't want to move, but standing still felt just as dangerous. My flashlight was in my hand, and I switched it on, the beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating nothing but trees and shadows. The rustling moved to my left, fast, and I caught a glimpse of a large shape moving between the trunks. I backed away slowly, trying to make my way to higher ground. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Then I tripped over a root and fell hard against the dirt. Pain shot up my arm and leg, but I scrambled back up. I realized that panicking would get me killed, and I forced myself to think clearly. I remembered that the creek ran roughly parallel to the trail, and if I followed the water downstream, I might reach a more open area or a road. With no other options, I began moving along the creek, staying low and making as little noise as possible. Every crack of a twig, every distant splash of water made me jump. I moved slowly, deliberately, trying to keep my footing on the slippery rocks. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Darkness completely enveloped the forest. I could hear my own breathing and the distant rustle of something moving in the trees. Hours passed. I had no sense of distance or time. I stumbled several times, cutting my hands on branches and rocks. My water was almost gone, and my stomach hurt from hunger and exhaustion. Then, just as I was beginning to despair, I saw something in the distance, a faint, flickering light. I froze, unsure if it was fire, a cabin, or someone else. I decided to move cautiously toward it. As I approached, I realized it was another cabin, smaller than the one I had rented, but with a warm, steady glow through a small window. Relief flooded through me. I knocked on the door, and a man in his 40s opened it. I explained as best I could, breathless and trembling, that I was lost and needed help. He didn't seem surprised, probably a common occurrence in these woods. He let me in, offered water, and called the local ranger station on his landline. Within an hour, a ranger arrived to escort me safely back to my original cabin. The rest of the night, I sat in my cabin, exhausted but safe. I made sure all doors and windows were locked, and I kept my flashlight and backpack close. The sense of relief was overwhelming, a mix of exhaustion, gratitude, and lingering fear. I realized how easy it had been to underestimate the wilderness, how quickly isolation and a few wrong turns could spiral into a dangerous situation. By morning, the sun came up, casting a warm light across the forest, and the earlier terror I had always loved the idea of escaping the city for a while, of losing myself in the silence of nature and the routine of living far away from people. So when I found a small cabin for rent online, tucked deep in the forests of northern Vermont, I jumped at the opportunity. The year was 2007 and I was 24, living a life that felt increasingly claustrophobic in Boston. I needed something different, something simple. The cabin itself was old, built from logs that had darkened with age, with a steep roof and a chimney that looked like it hadn't seen use in years. The listing said it was off-grid, which had sounded charming, but as I drove the narrow, winding road up to it, I realized off-grid meant isolated, completely and utterly alone. No neighbors, no cell phone signal, not even a real road for the last few miles, just a dirt track through thick trees. I arrived just as the sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the tops of the pines in gold. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. Not the peaceful kind of quiet that cities can't offer, but the heavy, unnatural silence of a place that had no human life for miles. My car crunched on the gravel as I parked near the cabin, and I felt a strange tightness in my chest, a mix of excitement and unease. The cabin door was locked with a simple metal latch. I retrieved the key from the envelope the owner had left in a hidden box near the porch. The wood smelled of dust and old smoke when I opened the door, and the dim light from the last rays of sun barely reached into the interior. Inside, it was simple but functional. A small kitchen with a propane stove, a sink that I later found had a very limited water supply, a table, 2 chairs, and a bed pushed into the corner. A fireplace dominated the main room, with logs stacked nearby. There were no lights except a few kerosene lamps, and no heating beyond the fireplace. I set down my bag and walked around, touching the rough wood of the walls, listening to the hollow creak of the floorboards beneath my feet. The forest pressed up close against the windows, dark shapes of branches scratching at the glass as the wind began to rise. That first night, I built a fire and ate a simple dinner of canned beans and bread. The darkness outside was complete, impenetrable, and even inside the small cabin I felt watched by something I couldn't see. It was not supernatural, just a real, tangible kind of fear, the sort that comes from knowing you are far away from help if anything goes wrong. I lay on the bed, listening to the wind tearing through the trees, and I realized I had underestimated how alone I would be. The silence was oppressive, and every small sound, the creak of the cabin settling, a branch snapping outside, felt amplified. I finally fell asleep in the flickering glow of the fire. The next morning, I woke to an eerie stillness. The forest had changed overnight. The wind had died down, leaving a thick, stagnant quiet. I stepped outside to stretch and noticed the ground near the cabin was covered in footprints. At first, I thought perhaps a deer or some small animal had passed by, but the prints were too large, too spaced apart, and there were more than a few sets, as if someone had walked in a pattern around the cabin. My heart rate picked up. I looked around the dense woods, but I couldn't see anyone. My first instinct was to call for help, but there was no cell phone signal, not even a bar. I felt my stomach tighten, a cold knot forming. I decided to check the prints more carefully. They seemed human, large boots, heavy tread. Whoever it was had been around the cabin during the night. I spent the day preparing for the worst. I cleaned the cabin, stacked firewood, and sharpened a small hatchet I had brought for firewood. I didn't leave the cabin after that, instead watching the forest through the windows. Every little noise, the rustle of leaves, the snap of a branch, made me flinch. By mid-afternoon, I had noticed more prints, moving in strange, erratic patterns around the cabin. They weren't just circling. They seemed to have stopped and started in places, as if someone was observing me. I realized I had no idea who could be out there. The nearest road was miles away, and there were no houses nearby. Whoever it was had come specifically for this area, and that meant they were familiar with the woods. Night fell, and the fear intensified. I lit the fireplace and tried to ignore the shadows moving outside. Around midnight, I heard it, a knock at the door. It was soft, deliberate, and made me freeze. My first thought was to pretend no one was home. I moved the hatchet closer to my bed and held it like a shield. There was another knock, louder this time, and then the sound of boots scraping against the wooden porch. My pulse was hammering in my ears. I stayed completely still, listening. The footsteps moved around the cabin, then stopped. Silence fell again. I sat there, every muscle tense, until the first gray light of dawn began filtering through the windows. Morning came with no sign of whoever had been outside. I forced myself to leave the cabin, walking carefully through the surrounding forest, examining the ground. The prints were still there, clear in the soft dirt, leading into the woods and disappearing after a few dozen yards. My sense of unease did not diminish. I stayed close to the cabin all day, using a mirror I had in my backpack to check the surrounding area. I saw nothing, heard nothing, but the tension never left my chest. I realized I could not stay here without some way to protect myself. I spent the following days reinforcing the cabin. I piled logs and furniture against the doors, moved the stove and kitchen table into positions where I could use them as barriers, and kept the hatchet and a small hunting knife with me at all times. I collected water from a small stream nearby and rationed my food carefully, aware that I might not be able to leave for a while. Each night, the sounds outside worsened. Footsteps, snapping branches, the occasional thump against the walls. It was deliberate, methodical. Whoever was outside knew I was alone, and they were testing me, learning my patterns. By the third night, I realized I was no longer just scared. I was exhausted, mentally and physically. I had barely slept, too afraid to leave the cabin during the day, pacing inside, listening, watching. At one point, I thought I heard someone whispering outside, but there was no way to confirm it. I knew panic would make things worse, so I tried to focus on small tasks. Stacking firewood, cleaning, rationing supplies, but the fear never left. It was constant, pressing, suffocating. On the fourth day, the sounds outside changed. Instead of circling, I heard movement coming from deeper in the woods, closer to the stream where I collected water. Someone or something was moving slowly, deliberately, keeping out of sight but making their presence known. I realized that hiding in the cabin alone was no longer enough. I needed to find a way to leave. I remembered seeing a dirt road about a mile from the cabin when I had arrived, and I knew it was my only chance. The problem was the distance and the fact that I had no signal, no backup. I had to move carefully. At dusk, I packed a small bag with essentials: water, some food, the hatchet, and a flashlight. I waited until I thought the movement had stopped, then slipped out the back door. The forest was dark. The only sounds my own footsteps and the occasional crack of a branch under my weight. I stayed low, moving slowly and deliberately, avoiding open spaces. After what felt like hours but was likely closer to 30 minutes, I reached the old dirt road. My heart leapt. There was a chance, a slim one, but a chance nonetheless. I followed the road cautiously, aware that whoever had been outside could still be watching. Eventually, I reached a small bridge that crossed a creek. There, I heard a car in the distance, the faint rumble of an engine. I waved my flashlight desperately. The car slowed, then stopped. A man got out, asked if I was okay, and I explained my situation as best I could. The relief that flooded me was overwhelming. The man drove me to the nearest town, where I contacted the authorities and explained the situation. They returned with a small team to investigate the cabin, but by the time they arrived, the tracks in the woods were gone, as if whoever had been there vanished entirely. The experience stayed with me for years. I never went back to that cabin. The fear, the isolation, and the sense of being hunted were so real that I could still feel it in my chest years later. I realized that nature, in all its beauty, could also be terrifyingly indifferent. Human fear is just as potent as anything else in the wild, and being alone, truly alone, leaves you vulnerable in ways that no movie or story can fully capture. I learned to respect the wilderness, yes, but more importantly, I learned to respect the unpredictability of people. Not every story ends with a clear villain or a neat resolution. Sometimes, survival is the only ending that matters. Years later, I told the story to a friend over coffee, trying to capture the feeling, but no words could truly convey the constant tension, the weight of being alone, and the realization that someone could be watching, just beyond sight, and you would be powerless to stop them. I never went off. I never planned to spend a week alone in the mountains, at least not like that. I was 28, a little restless after another year trapped in the city, chasing deadlines and traffic, always hearing the hum of people talking in offices I could never leave. I wanted quiet, real quiet, the kind of silence that didn't just come from shutting off your phone or locking yourself in a room, but the kind that envelopes you completely, where the only noise is the wind moving through the trees, the water running in a distant stream, and your own breathing. That was why I found the cabin. It wasn't much. The place had been listed on a small regional site for mountain rentals, something people barely used. It was described as rustic and secluded, but that hardly prepared me for just how isolated it really was. The cabin sat on the edge of a small clearing, surrounded by dense forest in the Bitterroot Mountains of Montana. I chose this location on purpose. I wanted to disappear for a few days, away from phones, internet, people, and anything that reminded me of the city. The year was 2011, early October. The leaves were turning gold, red, and brown, and the air had that sharp chill that hints at winter's arrival. I arrived mid-afternoon after a 4-hour drive along winding mountain roads. The last 2 miles were barely more than dirt paths, overgrown in places, with sudden drop-offs on the side that made my stomach tighten. The forest seemed endless on both sides, and the light was already beginning to dim as I turned the final corner and saw the cabin. It was small, made of logs, with a metal roof that had started to rust at the edges. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, although I couldn't tell if anyone was inside. A dirt path led from the small clearing to a nearby creek, where I would later realize the only reliable source of water was. The cabin was empty, just as I had hoped. There was a small bedroom with a single bed, a stove in the corner of the living area, and a stack of wood near the door. Dust coated the floors, and cobwebs hung in corners where light didn't reach. I set my pack down and immediately began to explore, moving slowly so as not to wake the creaking floorboards. I unpacked food, water, and a few supplies: candles, matches, a flashlight with extra batteries, a first aid kit, and a pocket knife. I made sure everything was organized because out here, I knew I would need to be self-reliant. By the time I finished, the sun was fully gone. The forest around me went black, and the only light was from the cabin windows and the weak moon overhead. I lit a candle and started a small fire in the stove. The smell of burning wood filled the air and reminded me I was truly alone, surrounded by hundreds of acres of wilderness with no one for miles. At first, it was calming, the kind of calm you only feel when you are physically, completely away from civilization. I sat by the fire and wrote in my notebook, sketching the trees, the creek, the mountains in the distance. I felt free, almost like I had escaped a cage I didn't fully understand I had been living in. Night fell fully, and with it, the forest came alive in ways I hadn't expected. Owls called somewhere deep in the woods. Small animals rustled through the underbrush. A distant howl of a coyote sent a shiver down my spine, but in a good way. This was real life, raw and untamed. I went to bed that night feeling content. The next morning, I woke early, the air cool against my skin. I stepped outside, letting the mist cling to my boots as I walked toward the creek. I filled my water bottles, the water icy and clear, and started a fire to make breakfast. Eggs, bread, coffee. I hadn't realized how much I had missed the small routines of cooking for myself. The forest seemed quiet now in the morning light, but I was learning quickly that quiet was a relative term. Every sound carried farther out here, every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves amplified in a way that made you notice it. I spent the morning exploring the edge of the clearing, noting how far I could walk without hitting dense forest, marking spots I might return to for firewood or a better vantage point. By the third day, the sense of isolation was starting to grow heavier. The first day had been peaceful, the second exciting, but now I was noticing things that made me uneasy. A set of footprints near the creek that were not mine. They were fresh, maybe from yesterday, maybe this morning. I followed them for a little while, cautious, the forest closing in on either side, dense, dark, and unwelcoming. The prints ended abruptly near a stand of tall pines. Whoever had been there hadn't gone far, I could tell. My heart thumped in my chest, a mixture of fear and thrill. I returned to the cabin and locked the door, checking my supplies twice. That night, the sounds of the forest seemed louder. Branches snapped in the distance, closer than I expected. I tried to rationalize it. Deer, coyotes, maybe a bear. But the shadows between the trees seemed darker than normal. The wind shifted, carrying scents that I couldn't identify. Something in me told me to stay alert, to not fall asleep with the door unlocked. I pulled the chair closer to the door, kept my flashlight within reach, and lay awake, listening. On the fourth day, the isolation became more oppressive. I went further into the woods, hoping to burn off nervous energy. But the deeper I went, the more I realized how easy it would be to get lost. The trees grew denser, the path less clear. I marked my route with small piles of rocks, but I knew that without GPS or a map, I could easily wander and not find my way back. That day, I noticed something more disturbing. There were more tracks near the cabin, some leading toward the creek, some toward the road. They were human, fresh human footprints. I tried to convince myself that it was someone else renting a cabin in the area, maybe a hiker, but deep down, I knew how remote this place really was. By evening, my unease had grown into a gnawing tension. I stayed close to the cabin, building a large fire in the stove, securing the windows as best I could, and checking my knife. Every sound outside made me flinch. I noticed shadows moving just beyond the treeline, patterns that didn't match the wind. The isolation was starting to warp my sense of reality. I felt like I wasn't alone, but there was no one there, or at least I told myself there wasn't. The fifth day was the breaking point. I woke to the sound of snapping branches near the cabin. I froze, straining my ears. The sound stopped, then started again, this time closer. I didn't leave the cabin all day. I checked my supplies obsessively, kept the fire going, and sat with my back to the wall, flashlight ready, knife within reach. Every little noise, the wind rattling the roof, the creek bubbling, the distant calls of animals, made me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching. My mind went through every scenario, every possibility. I realized I might be overreacting, but the fear was visceral, deep in my chest. On the sixth day, I decided I had to leave. I packed quickly but carefully, not wanting to make noise. I had noticed a faint dirt road about a mile east of the cabin on my earlier walks, a road that might connect to the main path I had driven in on. I planned my route, trying to memorize landmarks and using sticks and rocks to mark my way. I left a note on the kitchen table, a record of my plans in case anyone came looking, but I didn't leave my location anywhere. The walk out was tense. Every rustle, every snap, every distant shout of an animal made me freeze. I had a long-range sense that I was being followed, though I never saw anyone. At one point, I thought I caught a glimpse of a figure between the trees. It vanished before I could identify it. I forced myself to keep walking, counting my steps, tracking the sun, and using the marks I had left to navigate. By the afternoon, I reached the dirt road I had noticed. Relief washed over me, but I didn't slow down. The road led to a small ranger station about 10 miles away. By the evening, I was at the station. I told the rangers everything about the cabin, the tracks, the isolation. They took my report seriously, though I doubted how much they could do. They mentioned other reports of transient people in the area, sometimes dangerous, but nothing concrete. They offered me a place to rest, and I accepted, grateful beyond words for human presence. The next day, I returned to the city, shaken but alive. The cabin and the mountains stayed with me in my mind for weeks. I realized how quickly isolation could turn into fear, how easy it was for the wilderness to make you feel hunted even when you are not. The experience left me with a newfound respect for self-reliance and caution, and a deeper understanding of how fragile our sense of security is when removed from familiar surroundings. Even now, years later, I remember the way the trees seemed to move at night, the way the wind sounded like whispering voices, the shadows that never stayed still. I never went back to that cabin, and I don't think I ever will. The fear I felt wasn't from anything supernatural. It was from the real, raw possibilities of human vulnerability in a place designed to isolate and challenge you. That is what made it terrifying, and that is what I carry with me, a reminder of just how alone we can be when we step too far from the world we know. I never thought a short weekend in the mountains could turn into the longest, most terrifying experience of my life. It was the summer of 2011, and I had just turned 24. I had been working nonstop for nearly a year at a small tech firm in Denver, Colorado, and the stress had begun to weigh heavily on me. I needed to escape. My plan was simple: drive up into the Colorado Rockies, rent a small cabin for a few days, hike, read, and just forget about work. I found a listing for a small, secluded cabin near Maroon Bells, an area I had wanted to explore for years. The cabin was rustic, built in the 1960s, with a small porch overlooking a dense forest and a creek that ran nearby. From the photos, it looked cozy and peaceful, exactly what I thought I needed. The drive itself was uneventful at first. The road wound through the mountains, sharp curves and long stretches where the trees towered above me. I remember the air starting to feel cooler as I ascended, the scent of pine filling the car. I arrived just before sunset, the sky painted in shades of pink and orange behind the mountain peaks. The cabin was even more isolated than I had imagined. There was a narrow dirt path leading up to it, and beyond the path, the forest seemed endless. I parked, grabbed my backpack, and took a deep breath before approaching the cabin. It was smaller than I expected. The main room had a low ceiling, old wooden floorboards, and a fireplace in one corner. There was a small kitchen, a single bathroom, and a bedroom with a rickety bed and thin blankets. The furniture was worn but serviceable. I set down my bag, unpacked some food and supplies, and started a small fire in the fireplace to get the place warm. Outside, the forest was quiet, the kind of quiet that presses against your ears, where every small rustle sounds louder than it should. I spent the first evening preparing dinner and exploring the small property. Behind the cabin, there was a narrow trail leading into the woods. I planned to hike the next day, but I stayed close, not venturing far as the sun went down. The first night was uneventful, but I noticed that the wind through the trees sounded strange, sometimes like low whispers, sometimes like distant cracking branches. I chalked it up to the isolation and exhaustion, convincing myself it was just the sound of the forest at night. The next morning, I woke early, feeling more rested than I had in months. I decided to hike one of the trails that ran parallel to the creek behind the cabin. The trail was uneven, covered in roots and rocks, and I had to be careful with every step. I brought water, some snacks, a map, and my camera. The area was stunning. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped, and the creek gurgled in the distance. Everything seemed perfect. I hiked for a few hours, following the creek upstream. Eventually, I came across a small clearing where the sunlight was strong and the air felt warmer. I sat down to rest, took out my camera, and snapped a few photos of the moss-covered rocks and the creek. That's when I heard the first sound that made my stomach tighten. A snapping branch, close, but not immediately visible. I froze. The forest was quiet again, except for the normal sounds of the creek and the birds. I told myself it was probably a deer or another animal, nothing to worry about. Still, I packed up and returned to the cabin, trying not to think about it. That evening, I cooked a simple dinner, a can of soup heated on the stove, and ate while sitting by the window. The forest outside was darkening, and I noticed shadows moving in the corners of my eyes. My anxiety was rising, but I kept telling myself I was imagining things. I went to bed early, thinking the next day I would hike further and maybe even see some wildlife. The trouble began the morning after. I woke to the sound of movement outside, a low rustling that made the floorboards under my bed feel like they were vibrating. I got up quietly, trying not to make a sound, and looked out the window. First, I saw nothing. The forest seemed normal, but then I noticed footprints in the dirt leading from the edge of the woods to the cabin. They were muddy, large, and definitely human. My heart started to race. I told myself someone must have come up the path earlier, maybe another hiker. But no, there were no signs of vehicles or other people. The footprints stopped near the edge of the porch, as if whoever had made them had just vanished into the air. I spent the rest of the day on high alert. I didn't venture far from the cabin. I locked the doors, stacked some firewood against the windows, and tried to keep myself busy. I told myself it was probably some local who wandered through the area and meant no harm. Still, the feeling of being watched never left me. Every time I looked outside, it felt like someone was there, just beyond my line of sight. The next day, I decided to hike again, despite the unease. I thought staying inside would make me more paranoid, so I packed my bag and headed out. The trail I chose was longer, leading to a higher ridge with a panoramic view of the mountains. The hike was strenuous. I climbed over rocks, ducked under fallen trees, and struggled with steep inclines. But as I reached the ridge, the view was breathtaking. I could see valleys stretching out in every direction, the peaks glowing in the late morning sun. I felt a brief moment of calm, a rare feeling of peace. It didn't last. On my way back, I heard the sound again, the snapping of branches, low footsteps behind me. I stopped and listened. Nothing. I quickened my pace, trying to keep my breathing steady. I was careful to stay on the trail, but every time I turned around, there was nothing. My mind raced with possibilities, hunters, campers, someone who had noticed me at the cabin. I tried to rationalize it. The forest was big. There could be anyone out there. By the time I got back to the cabin, the sun was setting. I locked the doors again, checked the windows, and tried to prepare dinner. That night, sleep did not come easily. Every little sound, the creaking of the floorboards, the wind through the trees, the distant howl of an animal, made me jump. I stayed awake for hours, clutching a flashlight, imagining all the ways someone could get inside. The breaking point came on the third day. I woke to find a note slipped under the cabin door. It was written on a torn piece of notebook paper in shaky, uneven handwriting. It said only, "I see you." I froze. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt a cold sweat running down my back. I checked the cabin thoroughly. Doors locked, windows secure, nothing missing, no one inside. But the note was real. Someone had been here watching me, waiting. Panic set in. I knew I couldn't stay another night. I packed everything quickly, throwing food, clothes, and my camera into my backpack. I left the note on the counter as a warning to anyone else who might come after me. As I opened the door, I scanned the surrounding trees. The forest was quiet again, but I could feel eyes on me. I didn't stop to look around. I ran down the dirt path, heart hammering, backpack bouncing on my shoulders. I made it to my car, parked at the edge of the path, and jumped inside. I started the engine, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking. I looked in the rearview mirror as I drove down the narrow road and thought I saw movement among the trees, just beyond the clearing, but I didn't stop to check. I kept driving until I reached the main road, the safety of other cars, and the sound of civilization. The rest of the drive back to Denver was tense, every shadow on the side of the road making me flinch. I arrived late at night, exhausted and shaken, but relieved to be among people again. I never went back to that cabin. I reported the note and the footprints to the local ranger station, but by the time they checked, there was no one around, no evidence, nothing to trace. It took me months to feel completely safe again. I avoided remote cabins, stayed away from secluded hikes, and developed a habit of always telling someone where I was going. Looking back, I realized how lucky I was. The person could have easily escalated from watching to something much worse. But it didn't. I managed to leave, to reach safety, and to make it back to a life where I could breathe again without constant fear. The mountains are beautiful, but that summer taught me that even the most peaceful places can hide danger. And sometimes the most frightening things aren't supernatural, they're all too human. From that experience, I learned to respect isolation in a completely different way. I no longer romanticized remote cabins or quiet hikes. I planned trips carefully, carry a phone with GPS tracking, and trust my instincts when something feels off. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind rustles the trees and the shadows shift, I still remember that note, and I remind myself how close fear can get when someone is silently watching. It was the summer of 2008, and I had just turned 28. I had been living in Denver for a few years by then, working in a small graphic design studio downtown, the kind of job that paid enough to rent a small apartment but never enough to really save. I had been craving an escape, a place to just step out of the constant noise of city life and feel the world slow down. I had no real plans for a vacation that year, but a friend of a friend mentioned a small cabin in the northern mountains of Colorado, far from the highways, trails almost untouched, and no cell service. The idea immediately took root in my mind. I had always liked solitude, and the thought of being completely alone for a week with only a tiny cabin, a forest, and a lake nearby was intoxicating. I drove out early one Monday morning, a beat-up Honda Civic packed with nothing more than a small bag, a couple of books, a tent just in case, and a cooler filled with sandwiches, water, and a few basic supplies. The roads got narrower as I drove north, twisting up into the mountains where the trees grew thick and the air smelled crisp and cold even in the middle of July. The GPS signal started dropping the closer I got, and soon I was navigating with a physical map that I had printed out at the library. It was a relief in a strange way. No notifications, no calls, no interruptions, just the sound of the engine and the occasional bird. By late afternoon, I finally reached the dirt track that led to the cabin. It was tucked away behind a series of bends, almost hidden in the pine forest, with the trees pressing in on both sides. The cabin itself was small, no more than 2 rooms. A living space with a wood-burning stove and a small loft with a bed. It was old but solid. The paint was weathered, and the wooden steps leading to the front door creaked with every movement. It smelled faintly of wood smoke and damp pine, a smell that reminded me of every childhood camping trip I'd taken in the Rockies. I spent the first hour unpacking, setting my bag down, stacking the small pile of firewood neatly near the stove, and exploring the area around the cabin. Behind it, a thin dirt path led down to a small, clear lake, perfectly still, reflecting the towering trees on the far side. The sun was dipping low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the water, and I felt a strange sense of peace. This was what I had come for, the quiet, the isolation, the chance to breathe. That first night, I built a small fire in the stove, boiled water on the old metal kettle, and sat in the cabin's only chair, reading a book until the fire died down. The darkness outside was complete. Without streetlights or distant houses, the forest pressed in around the cabin, and every sound was sharp. A branch snapping under the weight of a raccoon, the rustle of leaves as a breeze moved through the pines, distant bird calls settling for the night. I slept deeply, though intermittently, my mind alert to every minor sound, a habit ingrained from city life but heightened by the isolation. The second day, I hiked along a narrow trail leading further into the forest. The trail was overgrown in places, with fallen branches and roots making every step cautious. The air was heavy with the scent of pine and wet soil, and the only sounds were my boots crunching the dirt and the occasional call of a bird. As I walked, I noticed signs of wildlife, tracks of deer, a rabbit dashing across the path, but no large predators. The isolation felt thrilling, but also slightly tense, as if the forest was holding its breath and waiting to see what I would do. By the third night, the tension started to grow. I had noticed small things, the way the wind shifted, carrying unfamiliar smells, the way the shadows seemed deeper than before, the distant crack of branches that could have been anything, and yet my mind insisted it was something more. I kept telling myself it was the forest, the usual sounds of animals moving at night, but sleep was restless. Every creak of the cabin, every whistle of wind, made me flinch. I checked the locks on the door several times, even though it was miles from the nearest road. The paranoia wasn't rational, but it was real. On the fourth day, I decided to explore the lake more closely. The water was cool, almost icy, despite the heat of July. I walked along its edge, examining rocks and fallen branches, marveling at the clarity of the water. When I reached a point where the trees opened up, I found what looked like an old campsite, charred wood remnants, a rusty can, footprints that were probably weeks old. I felt a slight unease but shrugged it off. Someone had been here before. I wasn't the first to wander this forest, but that night, the unease grew into something more tangible. Around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of someone, or something, moving outside the cabin. At first, I thought it was an animal, a bear maybe, or a raccoon, but the sound was deliberate, footsteps crunching over dry leaves. They weren't heavy enough for a bear, too precise for most animals. My heart started racing. I stayed very still, straining to hear more. The steps paused, then shifted slightly, like someone circling the cabin. I stayed frozen, clutching a small hatchet I had brought for emergencies. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps moved away, fading into the forest. I sat in the dark, listening to my own breathing, trying to calm myself. Morning came slowly, the sky brightening as the sun rose behind the mountains. When I finally dared to step outside, the area around the cabin looked normal. No footprints, no signs of intrusion, but I knew the sound had been real. The following day, I stayed inside the cabin, checking every window and lock, keeping my hatchet close. I tried to convince myself it had been my imagination. I told myself stress, isolation, and sleep deprivation could play tricks on anyone. But when I went to refill water from the lake, I found fresh footprints in the mud around the cabin. They were small, human-shaped, leading to the back of the forest and stopping abruptly, as if the person had simply vanished. My stomach turned. Someone had been there recently. I considered leaving immediately, but the nearest town was a 2-hour drive back down the mountain trails. I wasn't ready to abandon the cabin yet, despite the fear. I spent the next day carefully fortifying the place. I moved the heavier furniture against the doors, placed makeshift alarms using cans and string around the perimeter, and sharpened the hatchet, placing it where I could grab it in seconds. Every noise now put me on edge. I could barely eat. I barely slept. The forest, once so serene, felt oppressive, suffocating. By the 6th night, I had started hearing more. Not just footsteps, but whisper-like sounds, soft, irregular, impossible to place. Every time I looked outside, nothing was there. I kept the cabin dark, only a small fire in the stove to keep warm. I could hear my own heartbeat, echoing in my ears. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow move past the loft window, but when I jumped up, there was nothing. The isolation was twisting my mind, making every noise, every shadow, feel like a threat. On the 7th day, I woke early to the sound of branches snapping very close to the cabin. My fear was a sharp, physical sensation, making it hard to think. I grabbed the hatchet and crept toward the door. I hesitated, then decided to look out a small side window. What I saw made my stomach drop. Someone was standing near the tree-line, partially hidden behind a tree. I couldn't see their face, only a dark silhouette. My first instinct was to run, but there was nowhere to run. The dirt road was too far, the forest too thick. I waited, frozen, until the figure slowly turned and disappeared between the trees. My hands were shaking violently. I knew I had to leave. I packed quickly, grabbing only essentials, leaving food and supplies behind. I didn't stop to look around. I kept glancing over my shoulder, heart pounding with every movement. The hike back to my car was exhausting. The trail felt endless, every snap of a branch, every rustle of leaves, making me jump. When I finally reached the dirt road, I ran the last half mile to the car, unlocked it, and drove away without looking back. I didn't even slow down until I reached the highway, where the forest finally fell behind me. Once home in Denver, the fear lingered. I couldn't stop thinking about those footsteps, the figure in the forest, and how close I had been to danger. The experience left me shaken, but it also taught me something about preparedness and awareness. I realized that nature was beautiful and peaceful, but also unpredictable and potentially dangerous. Not because of myths or legends, but because of real human threats and the vulnerability isolation can create. Years later, I still think about that cabin. I never returned, but I often remember the smell of pine, the cold stillness of the lake, and the way the shadows shifted at night. I sometimes wonder who that person was, why they were there, and whether they were watching for months or if it had been random chance. What I do know is this: isolation in the wilderness is powerful, serene, and terrifying all at once, and it demands respect, vigilance, and preparation. It was the summer of 2013 when I decided to escape the constant noise of the city. I was 28 at the time, exhausted by the endless cycle of work and obligations, feeling the heavy weight of stress pressing down on me. My life in Chicago had been relentless. I worked as an IT technician, a job that kept me tethered to a desk for hours, staring at screens, fixing problems that rarely mattered in the grand scheme of things. When I found an old cabin rental deep in the woods of northern Wisconsin, tucked away near a small, rarely traveled dirt road, I felt an almost desperate pull toward it. The photos online made it look perfect: an isolated log cabin with a stone fireplace, a small wooden dock stretching into a calm, narrow lake, and acres of thick pine forest surrounding it. The price was surprisingly low, and I told myself it was the universe offering me a chance to finally breathe. I drove there alone in my old, rusted Honda Civic, my backpack crammed with clothes, food, a first aid kit, and a small collection of books I hoped to read during long, quiet days. The trip itself was long and monotonous. The highways gave way to narrower roads, then to gravel paths that seemed to disappear into endless stretches of trees. At first, I didn't mind. I enjoyed the slow change of scenery, the way the forest seemed to rise up and consume the edges of the road. But as the sun dipped low in the sky, a creeping feeling began to settle in my chest, a subtle tension I couldn't quite name. When I finally arrived at the cabin, it was darker than I had expected. The sun was just a pale orange smear behind the treetops, and the air smelled of wet earth and pine needles. The cabin itself looked solid, sturdy even, but there was an emptiness about it that felt different from the pictures. The windows reflected the forest like black mirrors, and the door had a faint sag, suggesting years of disuse. I parked my car on a small patch of cleared land, stepped out, and immediately noticed how silent it was. No birds, no insects buzzing near my ears, just a quiet that felt heavy. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and a faint hint of mildew. Dust coated the corners, and a few cobwebs clung to the beams overhead. The furniture was sparse but serviceable: a wooden table with a couple of chairs, a sagging couch with torn fabric, and a small stove in the kitchen. The bedroom had a simple bed with a thin mattress, and the bathroom contained the bare essentials. I unpacked slowly, careful not to rush, but a small knot of unease remained in my stomach. Something about the place felt off, though I couldn't yet put my finger on it. The first night was uneventful, if tense. I lit a fire in the stone fireplace, the flames casting long, flickering shadows across the room. I ate some canned soup and read for a few hours before the exhaustion of the day caught up to me. I slept fitfully, waking more than once to the sounds of the forest pressing against the windows. Branches scraped against the roof, and every so often, there was a low, distant cracking sound, as if something heavy was shifting in the trees. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind, that my imagination was playing tricks, but sleep didn't come easily. The next morning, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. The lake was smaller than it had appeared in photos, almost entirely enclosed by trees, with water that reflected the sky like glass. I walked along the shore, the earth soft beneath my feet, noticing the broken branches and scattered leaves that suggested the area wasn't completely untouched. As I wandered, I spotted footprints, large, heavy prints in the mud, too big to be human. My first thought was a bear, which made my chest tighten with fear. I had hiked in bear country before, but I had never been this isolated. I tried to reassure myself, recalling that bear attacks were extremely rare, but the thought lingered. I spent the next few days settling into a routine. Mornings were spent exploring the woods, afternoons reading or writing in a small notebook I brought along, and evenings by the fire, listening to the wind and the occasional snap of a branch outside. On the third day, I noticed that my food supplies were running low. The nearest town was nearly 20 miles away on rough, gravel roads, but I decided I could make a quick trip to stock up. I drove carefully, my anxiety slightly eased by the thought of human contact and the comfort of a stocked cabin. When I returned, the unease began again, stronger this time. I had left the cabin at midday, and now dusk was falling fast. The forest seemed darker, almost alive with the shadows of trees stretching over the path. As I parked and stepped out of the car, I noticed something strange. A series of footprints leading from the tree line directly toward the cabin. They weren't my own, too large and deep, and they didn't resemble the bear tracks I had seen before. Panic clawed at me, and I forced myself to take a deep breath. Maybe it was just another hiker or someone passing through. Inside the cabin, I locked the doors and double-checked the windows. My heart raced as I tried to calm down, convincing myself that no one would be crazy enough to wander here, so far off the main road. I ate a quick dinner, lit the fireplace, and sat down, but sleep was impossible. Every noise outside, the distant rustling of leaves, the faint snapping of branches, made me tense. I tried to focus on my breathing, but each sound felt deliberate, as if someone or something were moving with intent. On the fifth night, the isolation hit me fully. I was exhausted from restless sleep and constant tension, and my mind began to play tricks on me. I imagined shadows moving behind the windows, the door handle rattling, footsteps pacing across the floorboards. Around midnight, I thought I heard something tapping on the roof, light but deliberate. My first instinct was to call for help, but the cell service here was non-existent. The forest stretched endlessly in all directions, and I was completely alone. The tapping persisted intermittently, sometimes accompanied by the soft crunch of leaves outside. I stayed close to the fireplace, keeping my small camping knife within reach, and tried to rationalize. Maybe a large branch had fallen and lodged on the roof, or a raccoon was exploring the chimney. I told myself over and over that it was nothing, but my body remained tense, ready to react at a moment's notice. On the sixth day, I decided I needed more information about the area. I drove into town and visited the local hardware store, asking about bear activity, unusual wildlife, and the general history of cabins in the woods. The man behind the counter, an older guy with a lined face and wary eyes, mentioned that the area was popular with hunters, but that it had been mostly empty over the last few years. He warned me that poachers sometimes camped illegally, and there had been reports of break-ins targeting cabins for supplies or valuables. He didn't say much else, but the unease in his tone stayed with me. Returning to the cabin, I realized the reality of my situation. I was alone, isolated, and anyone with ill intent could easily approach without me noticing until it was too late. That night, I bolted the doors, stacked chairs against them, and even pushed a heavy table under the front window to create a makeshift barricade. I spent hours scanning the trees from the fireplace glow, my mind imagining shapes moving in the shadows, calculating distances, and trying to prepare for the worst. Sleep finally came in short, exhausted bursts. On the seventh night, the tapping on the roof returned, heavier this time, along with a faint scraping at the door. My heart leapt, and I froze, listening. The sounds didn't match the wind or animals. They were deliberate, measured, almost patient. I gripped my knife and waited, every nerve screaming. Hours passed. The noise stopped. I didn't sleep again that night, sitting upright and staring into the darkness, imagining what might happen if someone tried to enter. The next morning, I ventured outside cautiously. There were footprints, large, heavy prints around the cabin, some pressed deep into the soil, others smudged as if something had been dragged. They didn't look like animals. Something inside me snapped with fear and resolve at the same time. I gathered every bit of food, water, and supplies I could carry and packed my car. I didn't care about leaving anything behind. I just wanted to get out. As I drove away, the forest seemed to close in on both sides of the road. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following, but there was nothing. My pulse slowly began to settle as I approached the paved highway, the signs of civilization growing with each mile. By the time I reached the first gas station, I felt a strange mix of relief and lingering dread. I stopped, bought a soda, and sat for several minutes, trying to shake the feeling that something had been watching me the entire time. It took a week for the tension to fully fade, and even then, I found myself thinking back to the cabin, the strange footprints, the taps on the roof, and the crushing silence of the forest. I never went back. I eventually sold the Honda, moved into a smaller apartment, and switched jobs to something that required less. I never thought that a simple winter getaway could turn into something that would linger in my mind for years afterward. It was January 2003, and I had just turned 24. I had been working nonstop in the city for months, long hours at the small publishing firm I had joined after college, and the stress was crushing. I needed space, solitude, and a chance to be completely alone with my thoughts, away from phones, emails, and the endless hum of city life. So, I rented a small cabin deep in the Adirondack Mountains, a place I had found online. It seemed perfect at first glance. Rustic, remote, and surrounded by acres of forest with a small frozen lake nearby. The drive up was exhausting but oddly peaceful. Snow lined the roads in thick white layers, and the trees on either side were heavy with frost, their branches bowing under the weight. The air was crisp and sharp, biting my face every time I stepped outside the car to stretch. When I finally arrived, I was struck by how isolated the cabin truly was. There were no other houses in sight, not even a distant flicker of light. Just the dense forest and a frozen lake stretching into the distance. The cabin itself was small, a one-room structure with a loft above. It had a wood stove, a small kitchen area, a table with 2 chairs, and a bed in the loft accessible by a narrow wooden ladder. The interior smelled faintly of pine and dust, and there were remnants of the previous occupant. An old, half-used bag of rice, a few mismatched dishes, and a stack of firewood near the stove. I liked the simplicity. There were no distractions, no internet, and barely even a phone signal. It was the kind of place where you could think, really think, without interruption. The first night was peaceful. I lit the stove, made some soup, and curled up in the loft under my sleeping bag. The wind howled outside, and the trees creaked and groaned under the weight of the snow. But inside, I felt secure. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from the drive. The next morning, I woke to an unusual quiet. There was no wind, no bird calls, no sound at all beyond the faint groan of the cabin settling in the cold. I stepped outside and noticed that the snow around the cabin had been disturbed in a way I couldn't immediately explain. There were footprints, single sets of prints leading from the treeline to the cabin and back again. They were too large to be mine, and oddly, they didn't match the kind of tracks deer or other animals would leave. My stomach sank a little, but I told myself it was probably someone hiking in the area before me. Maybe the previous occupant or a local checking the lake. I spent the day chopping more firewood, exploring the edges of the frozen lake, and simply walking through the forest. The isolation was calming in the daytime. The snow crunched under my boots, and the forest had a serene, almost frozen beauty. But as evening approached, I noticed something that made my chest tighten. The footprints from earlier were back, not just in the same spots, but now circling the cabin as if someone or something had been pacing around it. Panic set in. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps it was just the wind shifting the snow and creating shapes that looked like prints. Or maybe it was the angle of the light. But deep down, I knew what I had seen. The prints were distinct, human-sized, and far too organized to be random. That night, I slept lightly, keeping a heavy stick near my bed. Every snap of a branch outside made my heart race. Around midnight, I was woken by a sound I could barely identify. A low scraping noise, like someone dragging something across the snow. It was coming from the side of the cabin, where the woods met the clearing. My first instinct was to tell myself it was a branch falling or the ice on the lake shifting. But the sound continued, slow and deliberate, moving around the cabin in a circle. I sat up in the loft, straining my eyes through the darkness. The moonlight glinted off something near the edge of the clearing. It was tall, human-shaped, standing still, watching. My stomach froze. I knew I should stay quiet, maybe wait until daylight, but instinctively I grabbed my flashlight and aimed it toward the figure. For a brief moment, it vanished, only for me to hear the scraping continue, now closer to the back of the cabin. I stayed awake the rest of the night, heart pounding, listening to every tiny noise. By morning, the figure was gone, and the snow around the cabin was undisturbed, as if nothing had happened. I tried to convince myself that it was imagination, sleep deprivation, or the stress I had been under. But I couldn't shake the fear that someone had been there, watching me, testing me. The next day, I considered leaving, but I had driven 6 hours to get here, and the roads were slick with ice. Besides, I wanted to prove to myself that I could handle it. I spent the day reinforcing the cabin door, checking the windows, and making sure I had enough firewood. I didn't see any signs of anyone else nearby during the day, and the sunlight made the forest feel safer, more open. Then the third night came. I had gone to bed around 10, exhausted from chopping wood and exploring the lake. I had just drifted off when I heard it again. The slow scraping sound, closer than before. This time, it wasn't circling the cabin. It was right outside the front door. I froze, unable to breathe, straining my ears in the darkness. The sound stopped for a moment, and then there was a soft, deliberate knock. Once, then twice. I didn't respond. I knew I shouldn't. I thought of the survival shows I had watched, of all the warnings about not engaging with intruders in isolated areas. I stayed as still as possible, heart hammering, mind racing. The knocking continued, slow and heavy, for several minutes. Then silence again. By the time the sun rose, I was trembling and exhausted. I decided to investigate. The snow outside the cabin was fresh from an overnight snowfall, but near the door, there were footprints, much larger than mine, leading into the forest and back again. I followed them carefully, my stomach in knots. The tracks wandered for about 100 meters before disappearing into the thick woods. They weren't from a local hiker. There was no way someone could have moved so silently, without leaving any sign of passage through the deep snow. I realized I couldn't stay, not with someone clearly near the cabin, watching and waiting. I packed my things, making sure to leave nothing behind, and headed down the trail. The snow was deeper than I expected, and every step required effort, but I moved quickly, glancing over my shoulder constantly. I didn't see anyone, but the feeling of being followed was overwhelming. By the time I reached the main road, my hands were numb, and my face was raw from the cold wind. I flagged down a car and got a ride to the nearest town. I explained briefly to the local authorities, but without more evidence, there wasn't much they could do. They advised me to be careful in the woods and to report any further incidents. In the weeks afterward, I couldn't stop thinking about that cabin. Every time I closed my eyes, I remembered the figure, the scraping sounds, and the knocking at the door. I avoided remote cabins for years after that, sticking to crowded campgrounds and lodges. Eventually, I returned to the mountains, but never to that part of the Adirondacks. I learned a lesson about isolation and vulnerability, and I became more cautious about places I chose to stay alone. I also developed a new appreciation for human presence, even if it meant dealing with small annoyances. Solitude can be beautiful, but it can also be dangerous in ways you never expect. Looking back now, I understand that what I experienced was terrifying not because of ghosts or mythical creatures, but because of real human unpredictability. Someone had been near that cabin, and they could have been dangerous. That reality, grounded and uncompromising, is far more chilling than any fairy tale. The experience left its mark on me. I started keeping a small emergency kit in my car, including a radio, extra food, and even a crowbar for protection. I learned to read the signs in the snow, to respect isolation, and to trust my instincts when something felt off. It changed the way I approached wilderness trips forever. I never returned to that cabin. I found peace elsewhere, in other mountains, lakes, and forests, but always with a plan, always with safety measures. That winter in the Adirondacks taught me that fear can be very real, very human, and entirely avoidable if you respect the environment and the unseen presence of others. Even now, more than 20 years later, when I hear about people seeking complete isolation, I remember that small cabin, the scraping in the snow, and the silent figure watching from the trees. I remember the cold, the fear, and the relentless uncertainty. And I know that while the mountains are beautiful, they are also unforgiving, and solitude carries a weight that few fully understand until they have faced it themselves. It was the summer of 2007 when I decided I needed a break from everything. I had been living in Chicago for almost 10 years by then, working long hours in a marketing firm that I had once thought I loved but now drained me completely. I wanted isolation, the kind that makes the world fade away, the kind you don't find in hotels or resorts. I remembered reading about a small cabin deep in the forests of northern Wisconsin, near the border with Michigan's Upper Peninsula, a place that wasn't on Google Maps or any online travel site. It was listed in an old forest rental guide that someone had given me at a bookstore, and the photos looked primitive but cozy. No electricity, no cell service, a true escape. I drove up in my old Ford Taurus, the one that had barely made it through the Chicago winters, packed with food, a small camping stove, extra fuel, blankets, a first aid kit, and a few books. The drive itself was exhausting. It took almost 12 hours, not counting the many wrong turns through narrow dirt roads that quickly deteriorated into rocky paths. The trees grew so close to the road that their branches scraped the sides of my car, and by the time I reached the last turn, I was nervous but exhilarated. A large pine forest stretched endlessly, and the road ended abruptly in a small clearing where the cabin sat. The cabin was exactly what I expected. 2 rooms, made of rough, untreated wood, a small stone fireplace, and a tin roof that looked like it had survived decades of snow. A narrow wooden porch jutted out in front, uneven and worn, with a single rocking chair swaying slightly in the wind. The smell of pine and damp earth filled the air, and the silence was absolute, except for the distant hum of insects. I parked, unloaded my car, and spent the first few hours unpacking and arranging things. I remember lighting a small fire in the fireplace because the air was cool even in July. I cooked some beans and sausages on the camping stove, washed up in a tiny metal sink fed by a hand pump, and watched the sunlight slowly fade through the trees. Everything felt peaceful. That peace, however, was fragile. On the first night, I slept lightly, mostly because the cabin felt alien. Every creak of the wood, every gust of wind, sounded louder and more deliberate than it should. Around 2 in the morning, I woke to a noise that I couldn't place. It was soft at first, almost like scratching, but deliberate, coming from the side of the cabin. I froze, listening. It wasn't an animal. I was familiar with raccoons and the occasional deer, but something heavier, moving closer and then away. I considered getting my baseball bat from beside the bed, but I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon trying to find food. Morning came slowly. I didn't sleep well, and I spent it exploring the area around the cabin. The forest was dense, with uneven ground and thick underbrush. I found a small stream about 100 yards away and used it to refill my water containers. Around mid-afternoon, I noticed footprints in the soft mud near the stream. They were human, large, and bare. No shoes, just impressions in the dirt. My first thought was that someone else might be nearby, another hiker or perhaps a local. I traced the prints back toward the cabin and noticed that some of them had veered off into the trees, toward the north. That didn't sit right with me. By the 3rd day, things started to feel wrong. I had been keeping track of time, but I realized my watch had stopped. My phone had no signal, which I had expected, but now it felt oppressive. The wind picked up in the late afternoon, rattling the tin roof, and I could hear the sound of trees creaking. Something about the sound was different. It was too irregular, almost like deliberate knocks. I spent hours staring out the small window beside the fireplace, convinced that any moment, I'd see someone watching me from the trees. The fourth day, I decided to hike further into the forest. I had packed a small knife, a flashlight, and extra water. I wanted to see if there was a road or anyone around, but as I ventured deeper, I realized I was unprepared. The forest was denser than I anticipated, with fallen trees, thick brush, and wet moss that made the ground slippery. I noticed strange signs: broken branches stacked unnaturally, small piles of rocks at odd intervals. I couldn't explain them. By mid-afternoon, I had reached a small clearing where the ground was disturbed, as if a large group had passed through recently. I found remnants of a fire, old but not years old, more like weeks. The smell of charred wood lingered faintly. That evening, I returned to the cabin, shaken. The wind had intensified, and as I approached, I noticed something that made my stomach drop: footprints in the soft dirt around the porch. They were large and bare, just like the ones I had seen by the stream. I hadn't noticed them before because the wind had scattered leaves, but now the pattern was unmistakable. Whoever or whatever had been here had come close enough to the cabin for me to see it clearly. My first instinct was to leave immediately, but I rationalized that whoever it was had likely moved on. I tried to sleep again, but the night was unbearable. The wind, the trees, the noises, it all blended into a constant, low roar that made it impossible to tell if it was real or imagined. Around 3 in the morning, I woke to the sound of footsteps on the porch. They were deliberate, heavy, and slow. I froze, my heart pounding, my hands trembling. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't help it. I peeked through the small window and saw nothing at first. Then, I noticed a shadow moving behind the thin tree trunks. A figure crouched low, watching. I could barely make out the shape, but it was humanoid. I grabbed the knife and a flashlight, my hands shaking so badly that the beam bounced wildly across the trees. The figure didn't move. After what felt like hours, but was likely only minutes, the shadow disappeared. The next morning, I had to make a decision. I couldn't stay, but leaving was difficult. The forest seemed to have shifted overnight. Trails I had mapped out were gone, and the path back to the main dirt road was overgrown. I packed everything into the car, keeping my knife within reach, and started walking cautiously along the road I thought I had come from. The sounds of the forest seemed to follow me: snapping branches, rustling leaves, and the occasional low, guttural growl. It wasn't an animal I recognized. I began marking trees with scratches, trying to keep track of my path, but the forest disoriented me. By late afternoon, I found what looked like an old logging road. I followed it for hours, exhausted, my arms scratched and bleeding from branches, my clothes damp with sweat and rain. I finally saw smoke in the distance. Someone had a fire, likely another cabin. I moved toward it slowly, hoping for help, and eventually stumbled onto a small property with a family of loggers. They were startled by my appearance. Mud-covered, bleeding, and clearly terrified. I explained as best as I could, and they offered me food and a phone. I called the police and reported the incidents. When officers arrived, they combed the area around the cabin. They found no evidence of anyone staying there recently, no footprints beyond what I had seen, no signs of a break-in. However, they did find old, homemade traps in the surrounding forest, pitfalls, snares, and a few old fire pits. It suggested that someone had been living off the land for a long time, and possibly watching anyone who came near. The police couldn't find anyone at that moment, and they warned me to stay away from that area. I returned to Chicago a few days later. The experience haunted me for years. The fear I felt in that cabin, the isolation, the feeling of being watched, was unlike anything I had ever known. I never went back to the forest, and I refused to rent cabins in unknown areas again. The incident changed me. I became more cautious, more aware of my surroundings, and I learned to respect the wilderness in ways I hadn't before. I also developed a deep appreciation for human intuition, the kind that tells you something is wrong even when everything seems fine. In the end, what saved me was not skill or planning, but vigilance, patience, and the willingness to trust my gut. Looking back, I realized that the forest itself wasn't dangerous in the traditional sense. It was the unpredictability of human behavior, hidden in the trees, that was terrifying. The lessons I learned in that cabin were clear. Isolation can strip away your sense of control, and in those moments, survival depends entirely on awareness and careful action. That summer, I escaped with my life, shaken but intact, and I carry that memory with me to this day, as a warning to myself and a reminder of the fragile line between safety and danger. I had been looking forward to spending some time alone in the old cabin for months. The stress of work and the noise of the city had worn me down more than I wanted to admit. When the chance came up to use the small hunting cabin that belonged to a friend of mine, I thought it would be the perfect escape. It was supposed to be quiet, simple, and free from everything that usually made my life feel heavy. I packed the truck with supplies: canned food, rice, water, a small stove, matches, lanterns, a sleeping bag, and a few tools I thought I might need. I also brought a small axe and a decent-sized knife, since I knew the area was deep in the woods and not close to any stores or people. The cabin sat about 20 miles from the nearest small town, down an unmarked dirt road that wound through thick forest. Driving there, I passed long stretches where I didn't see another car or house, just endless trees closing in from both sides. The road turned rough, full of ruts and rocks, and I had to slow down to a crawl. When I finally reached the cabin, it was exactly what I expected. Small, weathered wood, one window in the front, a metal roof with patches of rust, and a stone chimney. It stood in a small clearing surrounded by tall pine and spruce trees. Behind it, the woods grew thicker and darker. I parked the truck and carried my things inside. The air inside the cabin was stale, the kind of smell that comes from wood left shut for too long. Dust coated the windowsills and spider webs hung in the corners. The place was just one room with a small loft above, reached by a short ladder. There was an old iron stove in the corner, a wooden table with 2 chairs, and a single bed frame with a thin mattress. It wasn't much, but I hadn't come here for comfort. I had come here to be alone, to reset myself. The first day passed without much happening. I swept the floor, unpacked, and checked through everything to make sure it was in working order. The old stove still worked fine. I set up my lanterns, stacked some firewood I had brought, and cooked a simple meal of rice and beans on the small stove. As the light faded outside, I sat on the front step and listened to the forest. It was quiet, but not empty. Birds still called in the distance, and I heard the rustling of animals moving through the underbrush. It was peaceful, and for the first time in a while, I felt myself relaxing. That night, though, I noticed how dark it really got. Once the sun dipped below the trees, the woods swallowed up every bit of light. The lantern inside cast a warm glow, but when I looked out the window, it was like staring into an endless wall of black. No stars showed through the thick trees. No moonlight reached the clearing. It made the cabin feel small, like it was floating alone in an ocean of darkness. I lay down on the thin mattress, the silence pressing against me. I thought I would sleep easily after the long drive, but my mind stayed restless. Every little sound outside stood out sharply. The crack of a branch, the distant call of something I didn't recognize, the scurrying of small feet across dry leaves. I kept telling myself it was just animals, nothing unusual. Still, I slept lightly, waking up often, always listening. The next morning, I decided to hike deeper into the woods behind the cabin. I wanted to explore, to see if there were streams, trails, or signs of wildlife. I took my knife, a bottle of water, and a small bag of food. The trees were dense, the ground soft with needles and moss. The air was damp and cool, the kind that makes every sound travel strangely. After walking for an hour, I realized how easy it was to lose direction. Everything looked the same. Endless trees, uneven ground, and shafts of sunlight that didn't help much in finding north or south. I stopped often, marking trees with small cuts from my knife so I could find my way back. About 2 miles in, I came across something strange. A tree had been stripped of bark, claw marks running deep into the wood. At first I thought it might have been a bear, but the marks were too high, far above my head, and spread wide. Whatever had made them was large, stronger than I cared to imagine. The sight of it unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. I backed away and kept moving, trying not to think about what else might be out there. By late afternoon, I returned to the cabin, tired and sweaty. I cooked again, read for a while by the lantern, and tried to convince myself that I was safe here. But the thought of the claw marks stuck with me. Something big lived in those woods. I didn't want to think about running into it alone. That night, the noises outside grew louder. At one point, I heard heavy steps circling in the clearing. They were too slow and deliberate to be deer. They crunched the ground in a way that made my skin crawl. I sat in the bed, holding the knife, staring at the door. The sound moved around the cabin, stopping near the front, then shifting to the side. My breath caught when I heard it brush against the wall, a scraping sound of something dragging lightly over the wood. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. Hours seemed to pass before the noise faded into the distance. Even then, I couldn't sleep. I just lay there, every muscle tight, gripping the knife until my hand hurt. The next morning, I stepped outside and checked the ground. Sure enough, I found prints in the dirt. They weren't clear enough to identify exactly, but they were large, much larger than my own boots, and they circled the cabin. Whatever had been there last night had walked right up close. The rest of the day, I stayed near the cabin. I cut some extra firewood, filled buckets from a small creek nearby, and tried to keep busy. But my mind kept going back to the prints and the sounds in the night. I knew I wasn't imagining it. Something big was out there, and it knew where I was. That night, it came back. This time, it was bolder. I heard it knock against the side of the cabin. Not hard, but enough to rattle the boards. My heart pounded as I sat in the dark, lantern off, trying to make myself as quiet as possible. The knocking moved slowly along the walls, like it was testing the cabin, looking for a way in. At one point, it tried the door. The handle rattled gently, then stopped. I don't know how long I sat there, not moving, not breathing. Hours must have passed before silence returned. My body ached from sitting so stiff, but I didn't dare move. The next day, I made a decision. I wasn't going to stay another night. Whatever was out there wasn't going away, and I didn't want to find out what would happen if it got inside. I packed my things quickly, loaded the truck, and tried to start it. The engine turned over once, then died. I tried again. Nothing. The battery clicked weakly. Somehow it had drained overnight. I checked under the hood, but I didn't know enough to fix it. The cables looked fine. The gas tank was full. The truck just wouldn't start. Panic began to creep in. The nearest town was 20 miles away. The dirt road was rough and long. If I walked, it would take all day, maybe longer, and that was only if I didn't get lost or run into whatever was out there. I sat in the truck, sweating, heart racing, trying to figure out what to do. I decided to wait until morning, then leave on foot with a pack of supplies. Maybe the daylight would give me the courage I needed. That night, I barred the door with the table and kept the axe close. I barely slept, every sound outside pulling me awake again. At one point, I heard it breathing at the window, slow, heavy breaths fogging the glass. I froze, staring at the dim outline in the darkness, unable to move until it finally pulled away. Morning came slow, the gray light creeping through the trees. I packed a bag with food, water, the knife, and matches. I strapped the axe to my side and set out down the dirt road. I didn't look back at the cabin. I just kept walking, forcing myself to move fast. The woods felt heavier than ever, every shadow watching me, every sound too close. After hours of walking, I stopped to rest. My legs ached, my throat dry. I looked back down the road and froze. Something was there, far behind me, standing in the middle of the path. Too far to make out details, but tall, wide, unmoving. Just standing, watching. I forced myself to keep walking. Every few minutes, I looked back, and every time it was there. Not closer, not farther, just the same distance, following me. By evening, my legs were shaking, my feet blistered. The road stretched endlessly. I knew I couldn't keep going forever. I searched for a place to hide, a thick patch of trees or rocks. I found a shallow ditch by the side of the road and crawled in, pulling branches over myself. Night fell again. I lay there in the dirt, trying to keep still, listening to the forest. Hours passed. Then, footsteps. Slow, heavy, moving down the road. They stopped near where I hid. The sound of breathing again, deep and steady. I pressed myself into the dirt, praying it wouldn't notice me. Minutes passed like hours, the breathing never moving, just standing there above me. At some point, exhaustion took over, and I must have blacked out. When I opened my eyes again, the morning light was filtering through the trees. I had been planning this trip for almost a year. I needed to escape the noise and pressure of the city, the constant hum of work, and the subtle but relentless expectations from everyone around me. I wanted silence, isolation, and a chance to test myself against the elements, something raw and unfiltered. I found a small cabin for rent through an online listing, a rustic, wood-built cabin tucked deep in the northern forests of Maine. The year was 2013, and I was 29, craving solitude after years of exhaustion. The cabin was old but sturdy, built in the 1960s, with thick pine walls, a stone fireplace, and a small porch overlooking a narrow creek. The listing said it was accessible by a dirt road, though the last mile required a walk through a dense forest path. That was perfect. I packed my Jeep with basic supplies, a heavy-duty sleeping bag, a small wood stove for backup heat, canned and dried food, water purification tablets, first aid supplies, and some essentials like a headlamp, flashlight, and extra batteries. I didn't bring a lot of technology. No laptop, no phone except for an emergency satellite phone I rarely expected to use. Part of the trip's appeal was to disconnect completely, to test myself in a situation where I couldn't just call for help at the first sign of discomfort. I also brought a hunting knife, not because I expected trouble, but because in a remote area, tools mattered. I knew the forest could be dangerous. That was part of the point. I arrived late in the afternoon, the sky heavy with clouds, the air thick with the smell of pine and wet soil. The dirt road was rough, filled with ruts and puddles from earlier rain. By the time I parked the Jeep near the trailhead, the forest was closing in with shadows, and I could feel the weight of isolation immediately. I slung my backpack over my shoulder and started walking down the trail. The path was narrow, uneven, and overgrown in some places, with tree roots jutting out and fallen branches forcing me to step carefully. I walked for over an hour before I finally reached the cabin. The forest had gone completely quiet, except for the occasional rustle of leaves and distant bird calls. The air smelled colder, wetter, and more earthy than I remembered. The cabin itself looked exactly like the pictures, but somehow smaller, lonelier, more enclosed. Its wooden walls were weathered gray, the roof sloping sharply to shed snow in winter. The porch sagged slightly, and the wooden steps creaked under my weight. The door opened with a heavy push. Inside, it was musty but dry. Dust lay thick in corners, and cobwebs hung in unlikely places. But overall, the cabin was intact. The fireplace was empty, the chimney appeared clean, and the woodpile outside was still stacked, though slightly damp. The windows were small but sufficient to let in fading daylight. I felt a strange sense of calm and satisfaction. The cabin was exactly what I had imagined. I unpacked slowly, methodically. I arranged my food, filled a jug with creek water to filter later, checked the stove, and set up my sleeping area. The first night passed uneventfully, filled with the sounds of the forest. Wind in the trees, distant crows, the occasional snap of a branch. I slept lightly, half in anticipation, half out of caution. The next morning, I decided to explore the area. The cabin sat on a slight rise, with a creek winding below and denser forest on the surrounding hills. I walked along the creek, noting the tracks of deer and other small animals, the signs of beaver activity, and the occasional cluster of mushrooms. I realized quickly how different the forest felt when you were alone. Every sound was magnified, every shadow seemed to shift unnaturally. It was peaceful but intense. I liked it. On the third day, things started to feel off. I was chopping wood outside for the stove when I heard it. A low, irregular rustling in the trees behind me. At first, I assumed it was a deer or perhaps a fox, but the sound was too deliberate, too heavy. When I paused, it stopped. I waited, holding the axe loosely, listening. The forest fell silent again. I shook my head and told myself it was the wind, or a deer moving cautiously. But a thread of unease had been planted. I tried to ignore it and spent the day inside, cooking over the stove and cleaning the cabin. By nightfall, I noticed something strange. Small footprints in the soft mud near the creek. At first glance, I thought they were animal prints, but the spacing and shape were unusual, almost human. My stomach tightened. I reminded myself that in the woods, humans could be nearby without malicious intent. Hunters, hikers, or other cabin renters. But something about these prints didn't fit that idea. They were too irregular, and there was a drag mark that suggested someone or something was carrying a heavy object. I slept fitfully that night, waking often to every sound. A branch falling, a rustle in the underbrush. Even the sound of the wind against the cabin walls kept me on edge. I began to notice small things that hadn't bothered me before. The latch on the door seemed slightly loose. A log I'd stacked near the stove had been shifted, and outside, the shadows between the trees seemed denser, almost too dark. The fourth day, I decided to explore further, partly out of curiosity, partly because I needed to confirm I wasn't imagining things. I packed a small bag with essentials, my knife, and a flashlight. I walked deeper into the forest than I had before, following a ridge that overlooked a shallow valley. The forest was thicker here, with fallen trees and thick undergrowth. I could hear the creek below but couldn't see it. That's when I noticed a small makeshift campsite. It was roughly built, with a fire pit still containing cold ashes, a few scattered tin cans, and a worn blanket. The site had been abandoned, but not long ago. The thought that someone had been here, possibly watching the same forest I had been watching, made me uneasy. I decided to return to the cabin. Back at the cabin, I checked every lock and bolt. I didn't have a gun, but the knife and a heavy branch felt like minimal reassurance. That night, I stayed awake, sitting near the fireplace, listening. Around midnight, I heard a crunch outside, like someone walking carefully through leaves and branches. My heart raced. I peered through the window. The darkness was thick, and the trees swayed in the wind. I couldn't see anyone, but the sound persisted, circling the cabin. My mind raced, imagining scenarios, intruders, desperate people, maybe someone who had been living in the forest for days. I tried to remain calm, telling myself I could leave if it came to that. Morning brought sunlight and a false sense of relief. I decided to leave a note on the cabin door, explaining who I was, in case anyone came after me. Then I planned a short hike to clear my mind. I packed my bag, taking my knife and a small emergency whistle. I walked cautiously, constantly scanning the forest. I noticed more prints near the creek. Larger this time, more deliberate, moving parallel to the cabin. My unease deepened. By the fifth day, I knew I wasn't alone. Someone had been circling the cabin, leaving subtle signs. Small disturbances in the underbrush, moved logs, even a faint but distinct footprint near the porch. I realized that whoever or whatever was out there, they were aware of me. It wasn't accidental. My heart pounded every time I left the cabin. I didn't leave at night anymore, only briefly in the day. I began keeping all food inside, away from the porch. On the sixth night, I decided I needed to confront the situation logically. I couldn't just wait for someone to appear or make a mistake. I checked my satellite phone, prepared to call for help if necessary, though I didn't want to escalate unless absolutely needed. Around 11 p.m., I heard movement outside, heavy and deliberate, circling the cabin. I grabbed my knife, holding it in front of me. I waited, breathing slowly, listening. I thought about my options. The cabin was small. There was no safe escape without crossing open forest. I couldn't leave silently. Then I remembered the trail I had taken to reach the cabin. If I timed it right, I could slip down the slope to the trail and move fast enough to reach the jeep. I waited until the movement shifted slightly to the east side. Then I moved. Step by careful step, I edged down the backside of the cabin, keeping low, listening. The forest was darker than ever, and the shadows were thick. Every branch snapping under my weight felt like a gunshot. I could hear footsteps behind me, slower now, deliberate. Adrenaline surged. I sprinted once I reached the thicker brush, zigzagging to avoid detection, sliding under branches, and ducking behind fallen trees. The footsteps followed briefly, then I lost them in the denser forest. I didn't stop running until I reached the jeep. I could barely catch my breath, hands trembling as I fumbled with the keys. I looked back once. There was no one in sight, but the sense of being watched never left me. I started the jeep, tires spinning on wet dirt, and drove out as fast as the road allowed. The forest behind me seemed endless, dark, and indifferent. I didn't stop. I had been looking forward to this weekend for months, though I had tried not to get my hopes up too high. The cabin was tucked away in the remote hills of northern Vermont, deep in a forest where the trees grew so thick and close that sunlight rarely touched the ground in the late afternoons. I had found the rental online late one night while I was browsing, the screen dim against my bedroom light, and the pictures looked perfect. A small, rustic cabin with a stone chimney, a wooden porch that overlooked a clearing, and a small lake not far off. It was exactly what I needed, I thought. A few days to myself, away from the constant pressure of work and city life, to read, hike, and just breathe. I booked it without thinking too much, only later realizing that the isolation of the place was extreme. There were no nearby towns that were within easy walking distance, only rough forest trails that connected to the main road miles away. The nearest gas station was over 30 minutes by car, and cell service was spotty at best. That was part of the charm, I told myself when I arrived, dragging my bag across the gravel driveway that crunched under my boots. The cabin was even smaller than I expected, but it had everything I needed. A simple living area with a wood-burning stove, a small kitchenette, one bedroom, and a loft where I could sleep. The windows were thin and old, with some cracked panes that rattled in the wind. I felt a chill run down my spine the first time I noticed them, but I ignored it, telling myself it was just the mountain air. Outside, the trees swayed and rustled in the late summer breeze, the forest alive with the low hum of insects and distant bird calls. I unpacked quickly, setting my bag down, checking the stove, and making sure I had enough wood stacked near the fire pit. The place was dusty and smelled faintly of mildew, but there was a clean layer of sheets and blankets on the bed, and a thin towel hung in the small bathroom. The first evening passed quietly. I made myself a small dinner of canned beans and bread, poured a little whiskey into a glass, and sat on the porch, watching the sun dip behind the hills. The light faded slowly, painting the sky with streaks of orange and purple. It was beautiful, almost painfully so, and I felt a rare sense of calm. I went to bed early, the forest quiet except for the occasional snap of a branch or rustle in the leaves. The bed was creaky and uneven, but I fell asleep anyway, lulled by the sounds of the woods outside. I woke up around 3 in the morning to a strange noise. It was soft at first, almost like someone dragging something across the ground outside. My eyes were still heavy with sleep, and for a moment, I thought it was the wind. But then I heard it again, more deliberate this time. A slow, scraping sound coming from somewhere near the back of the cabin. My stomach sank. I lay frozen for a few minutes, listening, trying to convince myself that it was nothing. The forest was full of animals, and it could have been a deer or a raccoon, or even the branches rubbing against each other in the wind. But the sound persisted. I got out of bed slowly, trying not to make noise, and crept to the window. I pressed my face to the cold glass, peering out into the darkness. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly, shadowy and impenetrable. First, I saw nothing. Then, just past the firewood pile, I caught a glimpse of movement. A figure, crouched low, moving slowly between the trees. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my ears. I blinked, convinced my eyes were playing tricks on me, but when I looked again, the figure was closer. I could see it clearly now. A person, dressed in dark clothes, moving silently but deliberately through the undergrowth. I didn't know what to do. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I also knew that running blindly into the forest would be dangerous. I grabbed my phone, only to realize that the screen showed no service. I tried again, holding it higher toward the window, but nothing changed. The realization hit me. I was completely alone, completely cut off, and someone or something was out there, watching. I remembered the small hunting knife I had packed, a precaution I rarely thought I would need. I grabbed it and moved to the front door, trying to steady my breathing. The porch creaked under my weight, and I froze, waiting for any sound in response. There was nothing. The figure hadn't moved closer, but it hadn't retreated either. It was patient, deliberate. My mind raced through every scenario. A lost hiker? A thief? Someone dangerous? I couldn't know, and the not knowing was worse than anything else. I decided to barricade the door. I pulled a heavy chair across it and shoved the deadbolt tight, then moved to the windows, trying to make it as difficult as possible for anyone to get in. My hands shook as I did it, the knife clutched in one hand, the other gripping the window latch. Outside, the scraping sound returned, this time from the back of the cabin. The figure had moved, circling the building slowly, as if assessing it. My chest felt tight, my stomach knotted, and my mind refused to stop thinking about the what-ifs. Hours passed. I stayed in the corner of the living room, my eyes darting between the windows and the front door, gripping the knife until my knuckles went white. Every noise, every twig snapping, every leaf brushing against another, made me flinch. Sleep was impossible, not with the sense of being watched pressing down on me. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow move across the wall, a dark smear in the faint light from the porch. I told myself it was just my imagination, but even as I said it, I couldn't shake the cold knot of fear in my chest. Morning finally came, pale light filtering through the trees. I peeked outside cautiously. The figure was gone. There were footprints in the soft dirt, leading around the cabin and back into the forest, but no one was in sight. I studied them carefully. Boots, probably size 10 or 11, heavy tread. Not small, not a child. My heart still raced, but the immediate terror had faded slightly with the arrival of daylight. I decided I couldn't stay in the cabin any longer. I needed to get to a place with people, with safety. I grabbed my bag, packed what I could, and went to check my car. The trail to the main road was steep and rough, but I forced myself to focus on the task at hand. My legs burned. My arms ached from carrying the bag and climbing over fallen branches and rocks, but eventually, I emerged onto the gravel road that led to the highway. The drive back was tense. Every rustle of trees along the roadside made me glance toward the woods, half expecting the figure to be there, but nothing happened. I finally made it to a small town, a gas station, and a diner, places full of strangers and normalcy. I sat at a table for what felt like hours, drinking coffee and letting the warmth seep into my bones. When I finally returned to the city, I reported the incident to the local authorities, who promised to check the area, though they admitted that in such a remote place, it could be difficult to find anyone. I never saw the figure again, and the cabin rental went offline not long after my visit. But the memory stayed with me. The sensation of being watched, the patient circling, the realization that someone could be out there in the woods, silent and unseen, with unknown intentions, changed me. I stopped seeking out remote cabins and quiet getaways in forests. I stopped taking long, isolated hikes without someone else. And though I managed to return to a normal routine eventually, I never forgot that weekend. Every time I hear a branch snap outside my window at night, I remember the figure circling the cabin in the darkness, patient, silent, and unrelenting. I decided to take a short break from everything in my life and spend a few days alone in a cabin far from the city. The place was small, old, and quiet, tucked deep in the wooded hills with a dirt road barely wide enough for a single car leading to it. The cabin belonged to a man I knew through work, and he let me stay there whenever I needed time away. He told me there wasn't much around, just woods, rocks, and more woods, and that if I needed anything I should bring it with me, because the nearest small store was about an hour away by car. I packed enough food, water, and basic supplies to last 4 or 5 days. I brought some blankets, a flashlight, batteries, a knife, and a small axe that was more for cutting kindling than anything else. I had no plans to go hiking far from the place. I only wanted some time where I could sit quietly without anyone around, cook simple meals, read, and sleep. The drive there was long. The paved roads turned into gravel, then dirt. By the time I reached the cabin, it was late in the afternoon, and the sun was beginning to sink. The trees pressed in close on both sides of the road, so close that sometimes branches scratched against the sides of my car. When I pulled into the clearing where the cabin stood, the sudden openness made me feel better. The cabin was small, built of old wood that had gone gray over the years. It had a porch with 2 steps, a slanted roof, and a single chimney. The windows were dusty but unbroken. To the left was a woodpile, covered with a sheet of plastic to keep it dry. I got out and stretched. The air was cool and carried the smell of damp leaves and pine. The ground was uneven, covered in patches of moss and fallen twigs. I unlocked the cabin door with the old brass key and pushed inside. The place smelled of dust and wood, not unpleasant but old, like no one had been inside for a long time. There was one main room with a table, 2 chairs, a counter with a sink that didn't have running water, and a wood stove in the corner. To the right, a short hallway led to a small bedroom with a single bed and a bathroom with nothing more than a bucket toilet. I opened the windows to let the air move through and carried in my supplies. By the time I finished unpacking, the sun had dropped lower. The woods grew darker, the trees turning to silhouettes against the pale sky. I lit a lantern and set it on the table, cooked a simple meal on a small gas burner I had brought, and sat eating in the quiet. Outside, I could hear the occasional crack of a branch or the call of a bird. That first night, nothing happened. I went to bed early. The bed was uncomfortable, the mattress thin, but I was tired from the drive. I lay listening to the faint creaks of the cabin settling and the soft rustle of leaves outside. At one point, I heard something that sounded like footsteps on the porch, but I told myself it was only an animal. The woods were full of raccoons, deer, and other creatures. I turned over and eventually drifted off to sleep. The next day, I spent mostly outside. The morning was cold, but the sun came up bright and clear. I gathered some wood, split a little kindling with the axe, and built a small fire in the stove. I boiled water for coffee and ate a simple breakfast. Afterward, I walked a short way into the woods, careful not to go too far. The ground was uneven, covered in fallen branches and soft earth. The trees were thick and tall, blocking most of the sunlight once I got deeper in. After half an hour, I turned back, not wanting to get lost. When I returned to the cabin, I noticed something odd. On the dirt road just past the clearing, there were fresh tire tracks. They hadn't been there the day before when I arrived. They were narrow, like from a small truck or SUV, and they stopped at the edge of the clearing, turned around, and went back the way they came. I stood looking at them for a while, wondering who had driven up here. There was no reason for anyone to come unless they knew about the cabin. The place was too deep in the woods for random traffic. I tried not to think too much of it. Maybe it was someone checking the property lines, or maybe just someone lost. Still, it gave me a strange feeling. I went back inside, kept myself busy, and later in the afternoon I sat on the porch with a book. That evening, as the sun went down, I noticed more signs. Near the edge of the woods, in the soft earth, there were footprints. They were too large to be from an animal shaped clearly like boots. I walked over and crouched down. The prints came from the trees, circled partway around the clearing, and then went back into the trees again. They were not old. The edges were sharp, not softened by wind or rain. I told myself it was probably a hunter. Still, I had a feeling in my chest that I couldn't shake. It was the feeling that comes when you know someone else has been near without you realizing it. I went inside earlier than I had planned and locked the door, even though the lock was old and wouldn't stop anyone determined. That night, I didn't sleep as well. I woke several times. Once, in the middle of the night, I thought I heard movement outside the cabin. Something slow, not an animal darting quickly, but something steady. I lay still, my ears straining. I didn't light the lantern, didn't move from the bed. Eventually the sound faded, or maybe it stopped and I just couldn't hear it anymore. I stayed awake a long time before sleep finally came back. The third day was cloudy and colder. I kept glancing at the tree line whenever I stepped outside. I couldn't stop myself from checking the ground for more tracks. Near the woodpile, I found another boot print. It was faint, but it hadn't been there before. This one was closer to the cabin than the ones I had seen the day before. I felt uneasy enough that I carried the axe inside with me and left it leaned against the wall. I spent the day mostly indoors, only stepping outside when I had to. Every creak of the cabin seemed louder. Every sound from the woods made me turn my head. By late afternoon, it started to rain. The sound of it on the roof made me feel a little better. It was harder to hear anything else, but it also made me think that if someone was out there, they could move more quietly with the noise covering them. I set the lantern on the table, cooked my dinner, and tried to distract myself with a book. But my eyes kept flicking to the window. The woods were darker in the rain, the branches heavy with water. I thought about the tire tracks, the footprints, the sound I had heard at night. I thought about how far I was from anyone else. That night, I had trouble sleeping again. At some point, I must have dozed off, because I woke suddenly with my heart pounding. I lay still, trying to figure out what had woken me. Then I heard it, the sound of something brushing against the wall of the cabin. Not a scrape, not like a branch, but like a hand or a shoulder. Slow, deliberate. My mouth went dry. I didn't move. The sound shifted to the porch, the faint creak of weight on the boards. I lay there frozen, every muscle tense. I thought about the axe leaning against the wall near the stove, too far from where I was lying in bed. I thought about my car outside, but the keys were on the table. My breathing felt loud in my chest, and I tried to slow it down. The sound on the porch lasted for a while, then stopped. I didn't hear footsteps walking away. I didn't hear anything else, but I couldn't make myself get up to check. I stayed in bed, staring into the dark, waiting for the light of morning. When daylight finally came, I went outside carefully. The rain had stopped. The ground was soft mud, and on the porch steps were clear boot prints. They led up the steps, across the boards, and stopped right at the door. My stomach tightened. Whoever it was had stood right there, inches from the door, in the middle of the night. I decided then that I wasn't going to stay much longer. I had planned on 4 or 5 days, but I knew I wouldn't be able to relax. I thought about leaving right away, but I told myself I'd stay one more day, just to gather myself and not feel like I was running scared. But that last day was worse. I couldn't focus on anything. Every time I looked at the trees, I thought I saw movement. I kept checking the road for another vehicle, but none came. Still, I had the heavy feeling that someone was nearby, watching. When night came, I tried to sleep but couldn't. Around midnight, I heard it again, the creak of the porch. My chest clenched. Then there was the sound of the doorknob turning slowly. The old brass knob rattled. Testing. I sat up in bed, holding my breath. The lock held, but I knew it wouldn't stop anyone if they pushed hard. I grabbed the axe and held it in my lap, staring at the door from across the room. The knob stopped turning. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. I waited, listening, for what felt like forever. Finally, at some point, exhaustion overtook me, though I kept the axe close. When morning came, I went outside again. More prints. This time, they circled the cabin. Whoever it was had walked all the way around, stopping at the windows. The thought of someone standing there in the dark while I lay inside made me feel sick. I didn't waste any more time. I packed my things quickly, loaded the car, and left. I didn't stop to clean the cabin or arrange things neatly. I just got in and drove down the dirt road, not looking back. Even as I drove, I checked the mirror often, half expecting to see another vehicle behind me. But I didn't. The road stayed empty. I arrived at the cabin late in the afternoon after a long drive through narrow forest roads that twisted deeper and deeper into the hills. The place had been empty for years, or at least that was what I had been told when I was offered the chance to use it for a few weeks. I wanted the silence, the distance from everything, and the time alone. The cabin sat near a lake, though the trees blocked most of the view from the windows. It was simple, built from old wood that had darkened with age, and it smelled faintly of pine and something like damp earth the moment I stepped inside. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. Not just quiet, but heavy quiet, the kind that presses in on you until you start to notice every small sound you make. The floorboards creaked under my boots. My bag thudded when I dropped it near the couch. Even the zipper of my jacket seemed loud as I pulled it down. Outside, the forest muffled everything. No cars, no voices, not even much wind. Just stillness. I checked through the cabin the way someone checks a hotel room, making sure no windows were broken, no animals had gotten inside. The back door stuck a little but locked fine. The water came from a pump at the sink, which groaned when I tested it, but it worked. A couple of old lamps stood around the living room, the kind that needed oil, and there was a stack of firewood by the fireplace. The cabin had no electricity. I knew that already, but standing there in the dim light, the fact felt heavier. Nights would be darker than what I was used to. I set up my things slowly, taking my time because I had nowhere to be. The bed was a narrow frame with a thin mattress. I laid out my blanket and sleeping bag on top. The smell of old wood clung to everything. By the time I finished, the sun had dipped lower, and the shadows inside stretched across the floor in long stripes from the windows. I lit one of the oil lamps, and the small circle of light made the rest of the room seem even darker. I cooked a simple meal on the small propane stove I had brought with me. The sound of the flame was the loudest thing in the room. When I sat at the little wooden table to eat, I kept glancing toward the windows, but all I saw was my own reflection in the glass and the faint outlines of trees. After I cleaned up, I sat for a while listening to the sounds of the forest. First, there was nothing. Then, slowly, I picked up on faint noises. The creak of branches, the distant call of a bird, maybe even the splash of water at the lake. That night, lying in the bed with the oil lamp blown out, the dark was thick. My eyes never adjusted fully because there was no light at all, just blackness pressing down. I could hear the wooden walls contracting in the cooling air, making soft cracks and groans. A branch tapped lightly against the roof. I lay awake for a long time, aware of how exposed the cabin felt in the middle of all those trees, until finally sleep dragged me down. The days settled into a pattern. I rose with the sun, cooked simple meals, and walked the trails around the cabin. The lake was wider than I expected, and the water was cold when I knelt at the edge and dipped my hands in. I kept to myself, not seeing another person. The forest was thick enough that I could barely see 20 feet in any direction once I was off the path. Each day the silence grew heavier, but I told myself that was what I had come for. It was on the fourth night that I heard something different. I woke in the middle of the night, unsure what had pulled me out of sleep. The cabin was quiet except for the usual creaks, but then I noticed a sound that didn't fit. It was faint, almost like footsteps outside, slow and uneven. I held my breath and listened harder. The sound came again, crunching softly against the ground near the cabin wall. My first thought was an animal, maybe a deer, maybe something rooting around, but it didn't fade away. It circled slowly, pausing, then moving again. I stayed still in bed, the blanket pulled up to my chest, trying to convince myself it was nothing. After a few minutes, the noise stopped. I didn't sleep much after that, my ears straining for every creak and snap outside. By morning, when the light returned, I went out to check. The ground was damp from a light rain, and I scanned the soft earth for prints. I saw some, but they weren't clear. They could have been from an animal, though one looked more like a boot mark than a paw. I told myself I was imagining things. Alone in the woods, every sound becomes something larger than it is. Still, the unease stayed with me. I made sure the doors were locked tight that night and set my lamp closer to the bed. I even kept my hatchet on the floor beside me, though I felt foolish doing it. The nights after that, I slept lighter. I heard noises again, not every night, but often enough. Sometimes it was just the crack of a branch, but other times I thought I heard movement close by, almost deliberate. Once I swore I heard the faint sound of something brushing against the cabin wall itself, like a hand sliding across the wood. I told myself over and over it was animals. On the 7th day, I walked further along the lake shore. There was a point where the trees opened up, and I could see the cabin from across the water. That was when I noticed something strange. In the muddy sand near the shore, there were tracks. Not animal tracks, but the clear shape of boots. They led down to the water, then back into the trees. The prints were not mine. I had not been in that spot before. The realization hit me slowly. Someone else had been walking here, maybe hunting, maybe passing through. But the prints looked fresh, pressed deep into the wet earth. I followed them a short way into the trees, but they veered off into thicker brush, and I lost them. I stood there for a long time, staring into the shadows between the trunks, feeling like eyes were on me. Then I turned back, keeping my pace steady even though I wanted to run. That night, I barely slept at all. Every sound pressed into me, and my nerves stayed stretched tight. The lamp burned until the oil ran low, and I let it flicker out because I was too afraid to get up and refill it. I thought about leaving in the morning, packing my things and driving out, but part of me resisted. I had wanted this solitude, and I didn't want fear to drive me away. The following morning, I decided to test myself. I walked the perimeter of the cabin slowly, scanning for any sign of disturbance. On the far side, near the back door, I saw something that made my stomach twist. A cigarette, but lay in the dirt, crushed into the ground. I didn't smoke, and I had not seen it there before. The feeling that I wasn't alone was no longer just imagination. Someone had been close, maybe watching. I locked the doors tighter that night, pushed a chair under the handle of the front door, and kept my hatchet beside me again. I lay awake for hours, listening. Sometime past midnight, I heard the crunch of footsteps again. This time they were clearer, slower, heavier. They stopped directly outside the cabin, near the window by the table. My skin went cold. I didn't move. The sound lingered for a long time, just breathing silence. Then another faint crunch. Then nothing. I don't know how long I lay frozen there, but when I finally forced myself to move, the first gray light of dawn was already bleeding into the edges of the window. I got up, checked the doors. They were still locked. The prints outside the window were clear in the soft earth. Boots, not mine. That was the moment I decided I couldn't stay. I spent the next hours quickly packing my gear, my hands shaking as I stuffed clothes and supplies into my bag. The forest felt different now, heavier, as though it was closing in on the cabin. Every crack of a branch made me whip my head around. When I carried my things out to the car, I felt exposed. The trees seemed full of eyes. I threw the bag in the back, started the engine, and didn't look back at the cabin until I was already halfway down the narrow dirt road. The whole drive back, I kept watching the mirrors, half expecting to see someone step out of the trees onto the road. But no one did. By the time I reached the highway, the tightness in my chest had eased a little. Still, the unease stayed with me. Someone had been out there, walking the woods around the cabin at night, standing close enough to the windows that I could hear them. I didn't know who or why, and that was the part that made it worse. I never went back to the cabin. I had been planning that trip for months, telling myself that I needed to get away from everything. The city was loud, crowded, and full of endless movement that never seemed to stop. My head was always buzzing with work, bills, and 100 other small things that drained me day by day. I wanted silence. I wanted to be away from people, away from all of it, somewhere that I could hear nothing but wind moving through the trees and maybe the sound of water if I got close to a stream or a lake. I had rented a cabin deep in the woods, far away from any town or neighborhood. It was the type of place where once you got off the main road, you had to drive down a rough dirt path for almost an hour, winding through endless forests that looked the same in every direction. The rental listing said the cabin was secluded and perfect for solitude. That was exactly what I wanted. I drove out there in late September, right when the air started to cool but before the forest turned completely orange and red. The leaves had just started to change color, and the dirt road that led out there was scattered with patches of fallen leaves. My car rattled over the uneven ground, bouncing every time I hit a rut, and I had to slow down a lot to keep from scraping the bottom. The deeper I drove, the more I realized how far away I was getting from everything. My phone signal dropped bar by bar until it was gone completely. When I finally saw the cabin, it sat at the end of a clearing surrounded by tall trees that blocked out a good amount of the sky. It was small, just a single-story wooden structure with a little porch in the front, 2 rocking chairs, and a stone chimney that looked like it hadn't been used in a while. The place looked older than I expected, with wood that had darkened and weathered from years of rain and sun, but it was still standing strong. I parked my car off to the side where the grass had been flattened into a makeshift parking spot. The air was cool and quiet. All I could hear were insects and the faint creaks of trees shifting in the wind. There were no other cabins, no parked cars, no sign of another person anywhere around me. It felt almost too quiet, but I told myself that was what I came for. I unlocked the cabin with the key left in a small lockbox near the door. Inside, it smelled faintly of old wood and dust, but it wasn't bad. The place had one main room with a bed against the far wall, a small kitchen area with a propane stove, and a table with 2 chairs. There was a fireplace made of stone, though I didn't plan to use it unless it got very cold. The floor creaked slightly when I walked across it, but everything seemed solid. The cabin had a bathroom, which was just a small space with a toilet that flushed into a septic tank and a shower that used a water tank out back. The tank was already filled, and there were instructions taped to the wall about conserving water. The electricity came from a small solar setup on the roof, just enough to power a couple of lights and charge small things. There was no television, no Wi-Fi, and no cell service. It was completely cut off, and I felt a mix of relief and unease about that. After unloading my bags, I walked around the outside of the cabin to get a better look. The forest pressed right up against the clearing on all sides. The trees were tall pines mixed with some oaks and maples. The ground was covered in dry leaves, pine needles, and patches of moss. I noticed a narrow path leading into the trees behind the cabin. It looked like it had been walked before, but not often. I figured it was just a trail used by whoever owned the cabin. By the time I settled in, it was late afternoon. The sun dipped lower, and shadows stretched across the clearing. The temperature dropped quickly, and I put on a jacket. I sat on the porch for a while, just listening to the woods. It was peaceful, but also strange how quiet it became when the wind stopped. In the city, silence never really existed. Out there, silence was thick, and it made every small sound stand out. Branches snapping, leaves shifting, the occasional call of a bird. That first night, I cooked a simple meal on the propane stove, ate it at the table, and then sat on the bed reading a book I had brought. I turned off the light around 10 and lay there in the dark. The woods outside were so quiet that every time the cabin creaked, I noticed it. The wind pushed against the walls, and now and then, I heard something faint moving through the leaves outside. Probably small animals, I told myself. Rabbits, raccoons, maybe deer. Nothing unusual. Still, it took me a long time to fall asleep. My body was used to the distant hum of traffic and the faint glow of streetlights leaking through the window at night. Out there, it was pitch black, and the silence was so deep it felt unnatural. The next morning, I woke early to the sound of birds outside. Sunlight filtered through the trees, and the air was cold enough that I could see my breath when I stepped out onto the porch. I decided to explore the trail behind the cabin. The path led deeper into the forest, winding between trees and climbing slightly uphill. The ground was uneven with roots and rocks, and I had to watch my step. After about 15 minutes, I reached a small stream. The water was clear and moved quickly over smooth stones. I crouched down, cupped some in my hands, and splashed it on my face. It was icy cold. I followed the stream a little further until I found what looked like an old fire pit. Stones arranged in a circle with ashes in the center, though it hadn't been used in a long time. There was no trash or anything around, which made me think maybe hunters had used it years ago. On the way back to the cabin, I thought about how isolated the place really was. If something happened, like if I got injured or lost, it would take hours to reach help. Nobody even knew exactly where I was except for the rental owner, and that thought stayed in my mind. The day passed slowly. I sat outside, read more, walked around, and tried to let myself relax. But by the second night, I started to feel something I couldn't explain. When I turned out the lights and lay in bed, I thought I heard something outside. Not the small noises I'd heard before, but something heavier, slower, like footsteps moving across the clearing. The floor under the window creaked slightly, almost as if weight pressed against it. I held my breath and lay completely still. My eyes were open, but the room was so dark I couldn't see anything. The sound lasted for maybe 10 seconds and then stopped. I waited, staring into the blackness, but nothing else happened. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just the wind moving something against the cabin or maybe a deer walking by. Still, it took me hours to fall asleep again. The next morning, I walked around the cabin looking for tracks. The ground was soft from rain earlier in the week, so it held prints easily. I expected to maybe see deer hooves, but what I saw instead stopped me. There were footprints, human footprints. They weren't mine because they were larger and deeper, like from boots. They circled the cabin, close to the walls, and then disappeared back into the woods. My stomach tightened when I saw them. Someone had been out there during the night, walking around the cabin. I stood there for a long time, staring at the ground, trying to make sense of it. The cabin was supposed to be completely isolated. There shouldn't have been anyone out here. Hunters maybe, but why would a hunter walk around someone's cabin in the middle of the night? The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. I didn't have cell service to call anyone. I didn't have a gun, only a kitchen knife. The only thing I could do was keep the door locked and stay alert. That day dragged on, every small sound pulling my attention. I kept looking at the tree line, half expecting someone to step out and walk toward me. But nothing happened. That night, I double-checked the door and window locks before getting into bed. I kept a flashlight and the kitchen knife on the nightstand. Hours passed before I started drifting off. Then, in the middle of the night, I woke to another sound. This time it wasn't footsteps. It was the sound of the back door handle rattling. My chest went tight, and I sat up in bed, gripping the flashlight. The handle moved softly, like someone was testing it, trying to see if it would open. It lasted maybe 5 seconds before it stopped. Then silence again. I sat there frozen, listening, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it. I didn't move for what felt like an hour. Eventually, I heard faint steps moving away into the woods. I didn't sleep at all after that. The next morning, I checked again. More boot prints around the cabin. This time, they went right up to the back door. I knew then that someone was out there, watching the cabin at night, waiting for me to sleep. I had been planning the trip for months. I needed time away from the noise of work, the city, and the constant stress that had been wearing me down. A friend had told me about a small rental cabin that sat near the tree line on the far side of a lake, a place not many people visited because it wasn't marked on the main maps. It was simple, made of old pine logs, and powered by a small generator with a backup wood stove. I booked it for a week, thinking it would give me the quiet I had been craving. The drive up was long, hours on a highway that eventually gave way to rougher and rougher roads. Then came a dirt path full of ruts that I had to crawl through carefully in my car, hoping I wouldn't bottom out. The deeper I went, the fewer signs of people there were. Eventually, I reached a small clearing with the cabin sitting at the edge of the trees. The lake wasn't far behind it, about 100 yards, quiet and still, reflecting the gray sky. When I first stepped out, the air smelled sharp and damp. It felt colder than the city, with the trees closing in tight around the open space. The cabin itself looked old but solid, the wood darkened by years of weather. The windows were small, the roof steep, and the front door heavy. I unloaded my bags, set up inside, and took a walk down to the lake. The water lapped quietly at the rocky edge, and the forest pressed in on all sides. It was almost too quiet. The first night went as I expected. I made a fire in the wood stove, cooked a simple meal, and sat reading until the generator cut off automatically. Then I used a lantern until I felt tired enough to sleep. The cabin creaked and shifted with the wind, and I heard the occasional splash out on the lake, but nothing strange. It was the second night when things began to feel different. I had been outside stacking some firewood near the side of the cabin, trying to prepare for the next day. The sun had already dipped behind the tree line, and the air was turning cold quickly. As I carried the last armful, I felt something that made me stop. It was the sense that I wasn't alone. The forest felt heavier, like the silence had grown thicker. I glanced toward the trees, and though I didn't see anything, I felt sure that someone had been watching me. I tried to shrug it off. I stacked the wood, went inside, and locked the door. I told myself I was just being paranoid because I wasn't used to this level of isolation. The night went on. I ate, read again, and eventually went to bed. Somewhere in the middle of the night, I woke up. It wasn't sudden like a nightmare. It was slow, my mind pulling itself out of sleep because something was wrong. I lay still, listening. At first, all I heard was the ticking of the cooling stove. Then came the sound that froze me completely. Footsteps outside on the wooden porch. Slow, deliberate. The boards creaked under weight, one after the other. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears. I lay there, staring into the darkness, afraid to even breathe too loudly. The steps stopped near the door. I waited, expecting a knock, a rattle of the handle, something. But nothing came, just silence. I lay awake for hours, too afraid to move, until eventually exhaustion pulled me back under. In the morning, I checked. The ground was damp from dew, and around the porch there were marks in the dirt. Not boots exactly, but shoes worn down and thin. They weren't mine. I hadn't walked there during the night. My stomach dropped. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a hiker had come through, though it seemed unlikely given how remote this place was. Maybe someone was lost. I told myself that and tried to focus on other things, but I couldn't shake the unease. The feeling of being watched stayed with me the entire day. That night, I made sure the door was locked, the windows latched, and the lantern close to the bed. I stayed up later, listening, waiting. For a while, nothing happened, and I started to believe maybe it had been a one-time thing. But then, just after midnight, it came again. Footsteps, this time slower, dragging slightly. They circled the cabin. I heard them move along the side, then around to the back. Gravel crunched softly, then silence, then another step. Whoever it was, they were taking their time, moving around every wall of the cabin. I didn't move. I didn't even get out of bed. I lay there, staring at the faint shadows cast by the lantern, my chest tight, every muscle locked. The steps eventually faded into the distance, into the trees. I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, I went out to look again. More footprints, this time all around the cabin. They weren't deep, just light impressions, but they were there. Thin-soled shoes, smaller than mine. No pattern, just wandering circles. I realized then that it wasn't someone lost. Whoever it was had no reason to be out here, and yet they were. And they were watching. The third night was worse. I had barely eaten all day because my stomach was knotted up with nerves. Every sound made me twitch. Every shadow looked like someone standing just outside the window. When darkness came, I almost considered trying to drive back, but the road was rough and I was afraid I'd get stuck in the dark. So I stayed. The footsteps came again, but this time, there was something new. I heard the soft scrape of fingernails, or something like it, running along the wood siding of the cabin. It started near the back and moved slowly toward the front, dragging along the wall the whole way. I sat up in bed, staring at the door, gripping the lantern. The scraping stopped near the window. Then I heard it, the faintest sound of breath. Someone standing just outside, close enough to fog the glass if they leaned forward. I didn't move. I stayed that way for hours until finally the noise stopped. When I checked the window in the morning, I saw it. Smudges on the glass, faint streaks where skin had pressed against it. My stomach turned cold. By then, I knew I wasn't imagining it. I wasn't just being paranoid. Someone was out there, and they were coming back each night. The fourth day, I barely left the cabin. I kept the curtains shut, the door locked, and the lantern filled. I paced the small room, checking over and over that everything was secure. The forest outside felt heavier than ever. No birds, no small animals moving, just stillness. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat in the chair near the stove with the lantern lit and waited. It didn't take long. The footsteps returned, slow and steady. They circled again, but this time they stopped at the door. The handle rattled, slow at first, then harder. My breath caught. I stared, my heart hammering, waiting for it to burst open. But it didn't. The rattling stopped, and the steps moved away again. I sat there until dawn, shaking. I knew I couldn't stay another night. I had thought this trip would give me peace, but now I understood it might end in something else. Whoever was outside wasn't curious or lost. They were testing me, waiting for me to break. The fifth morning, I packed everything as quickly as I could. My hands shook as I loaded the car. I kept glancing toward the tree line, expecting to see someone standing there. I didn't. The forest was empty, still. I started the engine and drove down the rough dirt path, not caring about the rocks hitting the underside of the car. Even as I reached the highway hours later, the feeling didn't leave. In my rearview mirror, I half expected to see someone following, walking down the road in those thin-soled shoes. When I finally made it back to the city, the noise of traffic and people felt strange after so many days of silence. I returned the cabin keys to the rental office and didn't tell them what had happened. I didn't know how to explain it without sounding insane. But the truth was clear. Someone had been out there with me. They had walked the porch, circled the cabin, pressed their face to the window, and tried the handle of the door. They hadn't broken in, hadn't spoken, hadn't shown themselves fully. They had just been there, night after night, reminding me how alone I was. I haven't gone back to any cabin since. Even now, months later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night in my own apartment and hold my breath, certain I'll hear footsteps just outside my door again. I had been looking forward to some time alone for months, and when I finally got a chance to rent a small cabin deep in the woods, I thought it would be perfect. It was far from town, isolated, and backed up against a long stretch of forest with no neighbors close by. I wanted quiet more than anything. I wanted to be away from traffic, away from work, away from the usual noise that followed me around every day. The cabin seemed like it was built exactly for that purpose. Plain wooden structure, no fancy decoration, no unnecessary extras, just the basics. When I arrived, I felt like I was walking into the perfect retreat. The drive there took me down a long dirt road that looked like it hadn't been maintained in years. Potholes, washed out patches, and overgrown branches brushed against the sides of my car. I drove carefully, knowing if I damaged my car out here, I would be in real trouble. There was no cell signal for miles, and the last gas station I saw was almost an hour away. That isolation was part of the appeal, though, so I kept pushing forward. When I finally saw the cabin through the trees, I felt a kind of relief, like I had reached some kind of hidden checkpoint no one else knew about. The cabin itself was small, just one main room with a kitchenette and a wood stove, a bathroom tucked into one corner, and a narrow bedroom with a single bed. There was no television, no internet, and only a few old books stacked on a shelf. The windows were old but sturdy, with heavy latches that closed tight. Out back there was a small shed, and behind that, the woods stretched on endlessly. When I first stepped inside, the smell of old wood hit me. It wasn't bad, just the scent of timber that had been sitting for years, mixed with faint smoke from the stove that had clearly been used by others before me. I set my bags down, checked that the stove worked, and walked the perimeter of the cabin to get familiar with it. The door locks worked fine, and the windows all closed and latched. I remember feeling safe enough, though I noticed there weren't any curtains, just bare glass panes. At night, I thought that would probably make me feel exposed, but I tried not to think too much about it. The first evening was uneventful. I unpacked, cooked some canned food I brought with me, and sat outside on the small porch to watch the forest darken. The air was quiet in a way that felt heavy, with only the occasional sound of a bird calling in the distance or wind moving through the trees. As night fell, the silence deepened until I could hear only my own breathing and the creak of the wooden boards beneath me. When I finally went inside and lit a fire in the stove, the warmth filled the room, and I felt settled enough to sleep. The first night went by without issue, but the second night was when things started to feel different. I had spent most of the day hiking along the trails behind the cabin, exploring the woods, and making mental notes about landmarks so I wouldn't get lost. By the time I came back, it was late afternoon, and the forest was starting to dim. I cooked dinner, washed up, and sat by the stove. Around 9 p.m., I noticed something. The woods outside had gone completely silent. It wasn't just the usual stillness. It was absolute. No insects buzzing, no rustle of leaves, no distant sounds at all. It was the kind of silence that makes you hold your breath without realizing it. I got up and walked to one of the windows, looking out at the treeline. Nothing moved. The sky was clear, a faint slice of moonlight hitting the tops of the trees, but there was nothing else. My chest tightened a little, but I told myself it was probably nothing. Still, when I went to bed, I had a hard time falling asleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. I wasn't sure what pulled me out of sleep, but when I opened my eyes, I immediately felt tense. The cabin was dark, with only faint moonlight slipping through the windows. I stayed still for a while, listening. At first, I heard nothing, but then there was a faint crunch outside, a slow, deliberate step on leaves or dirt. My heart started racing. I lay frozen, straining to hear more. After a few seconds, there it was again, another crunch, closer this time. I told myself it was an animal, probably a deer moving around near the cabin, maybe a raccoon. I wanted to believe that, but the steps didn't sound like an animal. They were too heavy, too spaced out, like the slow steps of someone walking. I stared at the ceiling, every nerve in my body tight, waiting. More steps followed, circling around one side of the cabin. My breath felt loud in my chest, and I tried to keep it quiet. Then the steps stopped. I lay there in silence for what felt like an eternity, waiting for them to start again, but nothing came. Eventually, after what must have been an hour, I drifted into a light, restless sleep. When morning came, I convinced myself it really had been some animal. That day, I walked around the cabin, checking for tracks. The ground was covered with leaves and needles, which made it hard to see anything clear, but I thought I saw something faint near the side of the cabin. It looked like the shape of a shoe print, but it wasn't clear enough to be sure. The next night, I locked up tighter. I checked the windows, tested the door, and kept the fire burning a little longer. When I finally got into bed, I felt uneasy but tried to force myself to sleep. Around midnight, I woke up again, and this time, I didn't have to strain to hear it. The steps were back, slow, steady, circling the cabin. My chest tightened as I listened. They went around the back, then along the other side, then stopped near the front. I didn't move. I didn't breathe deeply. I just lay there, my eyes wide open in the dark. Then came a sound I will never forget. The faint rattle of the front door handle. Slow, careful, like someone was testing it. My whole body froze, every muscle locked. The handle rattled again, just slightly, then stopped. For the rest of the night, I didn't sleep. I just listened, waiting for more sounds. But after a while, it was quiet again. In the morning, I went to the door. The lock was still in place. The handle looked normal, but I knew what I heard. I thought about leaving that day, packing up and driving back. But part of me told myself maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it really was an animal brushing against the door. I tried to shake it off. That night, it got worse. When I was lying in bed, I heard the steps again, but this time they didn't circle the cabin right away. They stopped under the bedroom window. I could hear the faint crunch of weight shifting on the ground, then silence, like whoever it was stood there, listening. My skin prickled all over. I forced myself not to look toward the window, terrified of what I might see if I did. After what felt like hours, the steps finally moved, circling around to the other side. Then I heard something scrape lightly against the wall, slow and deliberate, like a hand dragging along the wooden siding. I knew then it wasn't an animal. No animal tries the door handle. No animal stands still under a window for that long. I was not alone out here. Someone was coming around the cabin at night, watching, listening, waiting. The next day, I walked the perimeter again. This time I found prints clearer than before. They weren't animal tracks. They were boot prints, large ones, pressed into the damp earth near the back of the cabin. My stomach dropped. I thought about leaving again, but leaving meant walking to my car with my back turned to the woods, loading my things in while not knowing if someone was watching me from between the trees. The road back to town was long, empty, and broken down. If something happened on the way, I would be trapped out there. I convinced myself staying inside the cabin, locked up, was safer. That night was the worst of all. It started with the same slow steps, then the scrape against the wall, then the handle rattling. But this time there was more. Around 2 in the morning, I heard the sound of wood straining. Not the door, not the walls, but the shed out back. The faint squeak of its old hinges as if it had been opened. My blood went cold. I had checked that shed before, it was empty, but now someone was in it. I stayed frozen in bed, clutching the blanket like it would protect me. Hours dragged by, the silence pressing down on me. Every creak of the cabin made me flinch. Finally, dawn came, and with it, a kind of numbness. When I stepped outside that morning, I went straight to the shed. The door was open. I hadn't left it that way. Inside, there was nothing but an old shovel leaning against the wall. But the fact that it had been opened was enough. Someone was here at night, and they were getting bolder. I didn't stay another night. I packed my things quickly, loading the car in the morning light while my eyes darted constantly toward the trees. My hands shook as I shoved bags into the trunk. The woods were silent, but I felt like 1,000 eyes were on me. When I finally got into the car and started down that rough dirt road, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out of the trees. I didn't look back once I hit the main road. For days afterward, even back in the safety of my own home, I couldn't shake the feeling. I kept replaying those nights in my head, the steps, the handle rattling, the silence outside the windows. I had been looking forward to some quiet for a long time, and the cabin seemed like the right place to find it. It was a small wooden place sitting alone on a slope in the hills, surrounded by trees so thick that the sky disappeared behind them once the sun moved too low. The road that led up to it was narrow and half-broken, a path that looked like nobody had cared for it in years. When I first drove up with my truck, branches scraped the side of the paint and the tires slid over loose dirt. The cabin came into view all at once, like it had been hidden until the last second. It was old but standing strong, with dark planks of wood, a short porch, and windows that reflected the trees like mirrors. The air up there felt different. It was colder, sharper, and carried the smell of pine mixed with damp ground. I parked the truck in front, stepped out, and heard the silence that pressed against me. It was the kind of silence that didn't just mean no people. It meant no machines, no faint traffic, not even the distant hum of something alive far away. Only the sound of my boots on gravel and the wind brushing over the tops of the trees. I carried my things inside. The door was heavy and squeaked when I pushed it open. The cabin was one main room with a small kitchen corner, a fireplace, and a narrow hallway that led to one bedroom and a bathroom. The floor was wood, the walls were wood, even the smell inside was of wood that had soaked up years of fires, damp air, and dust. There was an old couch, a table, 2 chairs, and some shelves that were empty except for a few nails sticking out. In the bedroom, there was a bed frame with a mattress that sagged toward the middle and a dresser missing one drawer. I set down my bags and made myself at home. I had brought enough food and water for a week, plus my sleeping bag, a lantern, and a few tools in case something broke. The plan was simple. Stay away from everything, read a little, write in my notebook, and spend some time outside without seeing anyone else. That first day was calm. I spent it cleaning dust from the corners, airing out the place by opening the windows, and walking a little around the cabin to see what the land looked like. Behind it was a slope that went down into thicker woods, and above it, the hill rose higher until the trees thinned out near rock. I didn't see any trails, just animal tracks in the dirt. The night came fast. The sun dipped behind the ridge and the shadows spread so quickly that I barely had time to finish setting up my lantern. Once it was dark in a way I wasn't used to. No streetlights, no glow from towns. just black outside the glass and the faint sound of wind. I slept light that night. Every sound felt louder than it should have. The crack of wood in the fire, the ticking of the metal lantern, the pop of cooling boards in the walls. I woke more than once, convinced I had heard something outside. But when I held my breath, the only thing there was the silence and the faint brush of wind. The second day, I walked further out. I went down the slope, pushing through brush until I found a small stream. The water was cold and clear, running fast enough that it made a soft rushing sound. I followed it for a while and saw nothing but trees, rocks, and the occasional bird that darted away before I got too close. It was peaceful, but there was a weight to the quiet that made me feel watched even when there was no one there. That night, something changed. I was in bed, half asleep, when I heard a sound outside. It wasn't the wind or the usual creaks. It was sharper, heavier. A step, then another. I froze, listening. The steps crunched over leaves and stopped near the cabin. I could hear my own heartbeat loud in my ears. Whoever it was stood there for a long time without moving. I didn't have curtains over the bedroom window, only the black glass reflecting my own faint shape in the room. I stared at it, afraid that if I moved, whatever was outside would see me. After a long stretch, the steps moved again, slow and steady, circling the cabin. The boards on the porch creaked, one after another. I stayed still, barely breathing. Then silence. Nothing more. I waited until my chest ached from holding still. Eventually, I forced myself to get up, but when I peeked through the cracks in the front window, there was only the dark yard, empty. The next morning, I walked around the cabin, looking at the ground. I found tracks in the dirt near the porch. They weren't from an animal. They were boot prints, clear and deep enough to show the tread. Someone had been there. I felt exposed. The cabin wasn't locked in any strong way, just an old latch on the front door and a flimsy lock on the bedroom. Anyone could break in if they wanted. I checked all my supplies. Nothing was missing, but the thought of someone outside, standing in the dark and circling the walls while I slept, stayed in my head. The day passed slowly. I tried to read, but every little sound from outside made me stop and listen. By evening, my nerves were tight. When the sun set again and the woods filled with shadows, I lit the fire higher than before and kept my lantern close. I decided I wouldn't sleep right away. I wanted to see if whoever had come back would show up again. Around midnight, I heard it. The same slow crunch of leaves, the same deliberate steps. My chest tightened. I blew out the lantern to keep the light from showing through the windows, leaving only the dim glow of the fire. I sat still on the couch, waiting. The steps came closer, then stopped right at the porch. I could almost feel the weight of someone standing there, staring at the door. After a moment, the handle of the door rattled softly. Once, twice, not forced, just tested. I gripped the small hatchet I had brought, my hands sweaty around the handle. The person didn't come in. Instead, they moved again, slow around the cabin, circling it the same as the night before. I waited in silence until the sounds faded into the trees. When I finally stood, my legs shook. I knew I couldn't just sit and hope it would stop. The cabin was too isolated. If someone wanted to, they could break in without anyone ever knowing. I decided I would leave the next morning. Felt like the only smart choice, but morning didn't feel safer. When the light came and I stepped outside, I saw something that froze me in place. On the porch, just against the wall, was a small pile of rocks stacked into a tower about a foot high. I hadn't seen it the night before. It hadn't been there. Someone had placed it while I was inside. I packed fast, throwing my things into bags and loading them into the truck. The road down was narrow, but I didn't care about scratches or dents. I just wanted out. The tires kicked up dirt as I drove as fast as I could. My eyes kept flicking to the mirrors, expecting to see someone behind me. When I reached the bottom of the hills and the main road, I didn't stop. I drove until I was back in town, surrounded by lights, noise, and people. Only then did I feel my chest loosen a little. I never went back to that cabin. I went up to the cabin because I thought I needed some time alone. Life had felt too fast, too noisy, and too full of people, so I wanted to step away for a while. I had been there once before with a friend, and I remembered it being simple but quiet. The cabin sat deep in the woods, far enough from any town that you lost cell service about 10 miles before reaching it. That was part of why I liked it. No one could bother me, and I couldn't bother anyone else. It took me most of the morning to drive up there. The road narrowed as I got closer, until it was nothing more than a dirt path surrounded by tall trees. The cabin itself was small, just one floor with a single bedroom, a little kitchen, and a bathroom with a pump that barely worked. There was no electricity, only a wood stove for heat and a lantern for light. I had brought plenty of food, some water jugs, and extra fuel for the lantern. My plan was to stay for 5 days, maybe 6 if I felt like it. When I arrived, the air was colder than I expected. The woods were quiet, almost too quiet, but I told myself that was just part of being away from towns and roads. I carried my bags inside, set everything down, and walked through the cabin to make sure it was the way I remembered it. Dust lay thick on the floor, and spider webs hung in the corners, but otherwise it was fine. I swept it out, unpacked, and started to settle in. The first day was uneventful. I chopped some wood, set up my lanterns, and cooked a simple meal on the stove. I sat outside for a while, listening to the trees creak in the wind. It felt good to be alone. I went to bed early, the kind of tired you feel when you've done work with your hands. The second day was when I noticed the tracks. I had gone for a short walk around the cabin to get a sense of the area again, and I saw them in the mud near the tree line. They weren't deer or anything small. They were boot prints, heavy ones, pressed deep into the wet soil. I crouched down and studied them. They were fresh, maybe from the night before. At first I thought maybe they were mine, but when I compared them to the ones I made with my own boots, I saw they were larger. The tread pattern was different too. Someone else had been near the cabin, and recently. I told myself it was probably a hunter passing through, maybe someone who camped nearby. These woods weren't exactly popular, but they weren't private either. Still, I couldn't shake the thought that whoever left those tracks had been close. Too close. They led up near the cabin before turning back into the trees. That night I had trouble sleeping. Every creak of the old wood, every gust of wind outside, sounded sharper. I kept picturing someone walking outside, watching the cabin. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid, but the unease wouldn't leave. On the third day, I decided to look around more carefully. After breakfast, I walked out in the direction of the tracks. The ground was damp, so it wasn't hard to follow them. They led deeper into the woods, and I followed for maybe half a mile before I came across something that made me stop. It was a small clearing where someone had set up a rough camp. There was a fire ring with charred wood, and beside it were empty cans, some trash, and a piece of tarp stretched between two trees. It wasn't old. The ashes in the fire ring were gray but not cold yet, like the fire had been burning only a day or so ago. I stood there with my skin prickling. Someone had been living there, close to where I was staying, maybe still was. I didn't see anyone, but the thought of them being nearby made my stomach feel tight. I turned and headed back to the cabin. I kept glancing over my shoulder as I walked, certain I was being followed even though I never saw movement. When I got back, I locked the door, even though the lock was flimsy and wouldn't do much if someone really wanted to get in. I sat at the table trying to think. If it was just some person camping, then maybe it didn't matter. But why so close to the cabin? Why had they walked right up near it? That evening, I noticed something else. I had left my axe stuck in the chopping block outside. When I went out to bring it in before dark, I saw it wasn't where I had left it. It was leaned against the side of the cabin instead. I hadn't moved it. That night was worse. I lit the lantern, but I kept turning it down low to listen for sounds outside. A few times I thought I heard footsteps in the leaves, faint and slow, circling. I sat with my back to the wall, staring at the door, my heartbeat loud in my ears. The fourth day I was jumpy. I barely ate. I didn't go for a walk. I just stayed inside, checking the windows every few minutes. Midday, I finally forced myself to step outside and look around. That's when I saw something nailed to a tree about 30 feet from the cabin. It was a strip of cloth nailed there like a marker. It wasn't mine. It looked torn from a jacket, faded and dirty. That was enough for me. I decided I wasn't staying the full 5 days. I began packing my things, but I realized leaving wouldn't be simple. The road was rough, and if someone wanted to block me in, all they had to do was drag a tree across it. I waited until late afternoon, then carried my bags to the car. The woods felt heavier, like the silence itself was watching me. I started the engine, backed up, and turned onto the narrow dirt road. I didn't get far. Less than a mile down, I found exactly what I feared. A tree had been cut down across the path. It was thick, too heavy for me to move alone. The cut was clean, made with a saw. Someone had put it there on purpose. I sat in the car for a long time, gripping the wheel, trying to think. I could try to walk out, but it was a long way to the main road. Whoever was out here knew the woods better than I did. I turned the car around and went back to the cabin. It felt like walking into a trap, but I didn't have another choice. That night was the longest of my life. I kept the lantern off and sat in the dark. I listened and I heard them. More than once, I heard slow, steady footsteps outside, circling the cabin. Once, something brushed against the wall, scraping lightly. At one point, the doorknob rattled. I sat there clutching a kitchen knife, shaking, barely breathing. The noises went on for hours. Finally, sometime past midnight, they stopped. The silence that followed felt worse. I didn't sleep at all. By morning, I knew I couldn't stay another night. I packed light this time, only what I could carry fast. I left most of my gear behind. I filled a backpack with food, water, and my knife. Then I slipped out and started walking down the road on foot. The forest was too quiet. Every step I took, I expected someone to appear from the trees. After maybe an hour, I heard movement behind me. I froze, listening. The crunch of leaves, slow and deliberate. Someone was following me. I didn't run. Running would only make noise and burn my energy. I walked faster, heart hammering, trying not to look back. The sound followed. When I reached the bend in the road where the fallen tree was, I stopped. I thought maybe I could climb over it and keep moving, but then I saw it. Tied to one of the branches was my axe. The handle was streaked with mud. It wasn't there the day before. That was when I knew they weren't just passing through. They had been watching me from the start. I left the road then. I cut into the woods, moving as quietly as I could, heading in the direction I thought would take me toward the highway. I walked for hours, ears straining for any sign of pursuit. I stumbled over roots, tore my hands on branches, but I kept going. Late in the afternoon, I finally heard the distant sound of cars. I pushed toward it until I broke out of the trees onto the edge of the highway. I must have looked a mess, but I didn't care. I kept walking until a truck slowed and pulled over. I never went back for my car or my gear. I never saw the cabin again. To this day, I don't know who was out there or what they wanted. All I know is they were patient, careful, and close. Too close. That trip taught me something I can't forget. Being alone in the woods doesn't mean you're really alone. Sometimes the most frightening thing isn't what you imagine. It's the fact that someone real might be out there, watching, waiting, and knowing exactly where you are. I decided to spend a week alone in a small cabin deep in the woods near a frozen lake. I wanted silence, distance from people, and a simple space where I could think clearly without the noise of work and the city. The cabin was old but still standing solid, built of dark logs that had aged in the cold weather over the years. It was far from town, and the last stretch of road to get there was only a narrow dirt track that wound between trees. I had to park my car half a mile away because snow and ice made the track impossible to drive further. From there, I carried my bags and supplies the rest of the way, pulling them on a small sled I brought. The air was sharp and cold, the kind that cuts at your nose and lungs when you breathe too fast. Snow crunched under my boots. The trees pressed close on both sides, their bare branches scratching against each other in the wind. When I finally reached the cabin, I stood in front of it for a while, just looking. It was smaller than I expected. A single room with a loft above it, a short chimney, and a porch that leaned a little under the weight of snow. The lake stretched out behind it, wide and flat, the ice reflecting the pale light of the winter sky. I unlocked the old door and stepped inside. The cabin smelled of old wood, dust, and faintly of smoke from the fireplace that had not been used for months. The walls were rough logs chinked with mortar. The floor was bare wood, worn but solid. There was a small wood stove in one corner, a table with 2 chairs, a narrow bed, and a ladder leading up to the loft. The loft itself was just a platform where another bedroll could be laid out, but I planned to stay downstairs close to the stove for warmth. The windows were small squares of glass set into the logs, letting in only weak daylight. I unpacked slowly. I brought canned food, rice, oats, coffee, and some tools. An axe, a small saw, a flashlight, a lantern, and extra batteries. I stacked the food on one side of the table, set the lantern on top, and placed my sleeping bag on the bed. I checked the wood pile outside. There was enough split wood for a few days, but I knew I would need to cut more. The axe leaned against the porch rail, already dull with use. The cold pressed in quickly, so I made my first fire. The wood crackled, the cabin warmed, and I felt calm. For the first day, nothing strange happened. I walked along the edge of the lake, testing the ice with careful steps. It seemed thick, but I did not go far. Tracks of animals crossed the snow. Deer, rabbits, maybe a fox. I listened to the silence. It was heavy, broken only by the groaning of trees in the wind or the sudden sharp crack of ice shifting far out on the lake. I returned before dusk, made a meal of beans and bread, and sat watching the flames. By night, the silence deepened until I could hear my own pulse in my ears. I slept in my bag, half waking often, because the wood stove cooled too fast and I had to feed it. The second day, I worked harder. I went into the woods with the axe and began cutting more logs. The air was still and every sound carried. The strike of steel against wood, the falling of branches, the crash of a tree. My breath steamed in the air. I dragged the cut wood back on the sled and stacked it near the cabin. After hours of work, I was tired, my hands raw from the axe handle even through gloves. I went inside before the light failed. That evening, I heard something strange for the first time. It was just after dark. The fire was burning low, and I was lying on the bed with the lantern off, letting the glow of the fire light the room. From outside came a sound of snow crunching, steady and slow, like footsteps. I froze. At first I thought it might be an animal, maybe a deer wandering near the cabin. But the steps sounded too heavy, too regular. They circled partway around the cabin, then stopped. The silence after was worse than the sound itself. I strained my ears. Nothing. No wind, no steps retreating. Just silence. I waited a long time before daring to move. Finally, I stood and quietly placed another log in the stove. I did not open the door or look out the window. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe ice falling from the roof. Maybe a trick of sound carrying across the frozen lake. But my heart kept pounding. I slept badly again, every creak of the logs waking me. The third day, I noticed tracks. Behind the cabin, near the trees, were clear prints in the snow. They were boot prints, not animal tracks. They came from the woods, circled around the cabin, and stopped at the corner. There were none leading away. That unsettled me more than the steps themselves. I walked in a wide circle around the cabin searching, but I did not see where they ended. It was as if the person who made them had just stood there for a long time, then vanished. I could not explain it. I tried to tell myself I must have missed the way out, that the tracks continued somewhere hidden, but I knew what I saw. I felt watched the rest of the day. When I went into the woods for more firewood, I kept looking over my shoulder. The silence now felt different, not peaceful but heavy, pressing in on me. I returned quickly, shut the door, and kept the fire strong. I wished I had not come alone. That night, just as I was falling asleep, I heard another sound. This time it was a faint scraping, like something brushing against the wall outside. It came slowly along the logs, moving from one end of the cabin to the other. I held my breath. The scraping stopped near the window, then nothing. I did not dare look out. I stayed still until the fire went low and I was shivering. At some point, I fell into uneasy sleep. The fourth day, I decided I needed to check the area carefully. I walked along the edge of the lake, then into the woods. Snow was deeper there, and branches clawed at my clothes. Several times I thought I heard faint movement, like someone keeping pace with me through the trees, but every time I stopped, the sound stopped too. After a while, I gave up searching. I returned to the cabin, nerves frayed. The tracks from before were partly filled in with new snow, but I still saw them faintly. I tried to focus on tasks, carrying water from a hole I cut in the ice, splitting more wood, preparing food. But everything I did felt meaningless under the weight of the thought that someone was out there watching. By the fifth night, the fear was worse. I hardly ate. I kept the lantern burning, afraid of the dark corners. Near midnight, I woke to a soft thud on the porch, then slow creaking boards, as if someone was standing there shifting their weight. I sat up silently, heart racing, staring at the door. The latch was old, just a simple metal bar. If someone wanted to push in, it would not stop them. I gripped the axe and waited. Minutes dragged. At last, the sound stopped. I did not hear steps leaving. Again, silence. Morning came gray and weak. I forced myself to check the porch. On the wood was a single clear footprint. A man's boot, larger than mine, pressed deep into the snow and slush. Nothing else. No trail leading up, none leading away. Just the one print. I stood staring at it for a long time, cold spreading through me worse than the winter air. At that point, I knew staying much longer was dangerous. Whoever was out there was not lost, not random. They were watching, waiting, playing some slow game with me. I decided I would leave the next morning. I could pack, drag my sled back to the car, and drive out before anything worse happened. But the sixth night nearly broke me. I prepared everything early, ready to leave at dawn. I sat by the fire with my bag packed. Around midnight, I heard the sound again, this time more clearly. Footsteps circling, slow and steady, crunching in the snow. They went all the way around the cabin, then stopped at the back wall. The fire flickered. I held the axe in my hands. Then came a faint press against the window, like a hand sliding across the glass. The thin pane creaked. I could see nothing in the darkness outside, only my own reflection in the glass. I did not sleep the rest of that night. I sat awake, every muscle tense, waiting for the door to burst or the window to shatter. But nothing more happened. The silence returned, and I sat until the first light of dawn. That morning, I left quickly. I strapped my bag to the sled, covered myself in layers, and stepped onto the track back to the car. The forest was still, the snow deep, my breath harsh in the air. Every few minutes I stopped, listening, certain I heard steps behind me. But each time there was only silence. When I reached the car, it was half buried in snow but untouched. I loaded my gear fast, started the engine, and drove the rough track back toward the main road. My hands shook on the wheel. I did not look back. Took hours to reach town. When I finally stopped at a gas station, the warmth inside felt unreal. I looked at myself in the mirror of the restroom. My face was pale, eyes red, skin cracked from the cold. I looked like I had been out there for months instead of days. I never returned to that cabin. I left it locked, the woodpile stacked, the bed unrolled. Sometimes I think about who left those tracks. I had been looking forward to some time away from the noise of the city for a long while. I had saved enough money to take a short break from work, and I thought it would be good for me to spend some days in a quiet cabin, far away from everything. I rented one through a small listing I found online. It wasn't much, just a wooden structure in the middle of the woods, surrounded by tall pines and an uneven dirt road leading up to it. The pictures looked plain but peaceful, and that was all I needed. I packed light. Some food, water, clothes, a flashlight, a first aid kit, a knife, and a small camping stove just in case. The cabin was said to have basic supplies, but I didn't want to depend on anything I hadn't checked myself. My plan was simple. Spend a week in quiet, hike a little during the day, read books at night, and get the kind of rest I hadn't felt in years. The drive out there took hours. The deeper I went, the narrower the road became. Eventually, the paved road turned to gravel and then to dirt. I drove slow, the tires crunching and sliding a little as I made my way up the winding trail. When I finally arrived, the sun was beginning to drop behind the trees. The cabin was small, square, and dark brown. The windows were dusty, the roof tilted slightly, and the wooden porch creaked when I stepped on it. I unlocked the door and went inside. It smelled like old wood, faint mildew, and something else I couldn't place. Not bad exactly, but strong enough to notice. The place was bare inside. One small table with 2 chairs, a bed in the corner with a thin mattress, a counter with a few cupboards, and an old cast-iron stove for heat. There was no power, no running water. The listing had said so, but it felt different standing in it. The silence inside was heavier than I expected. I unpacked, set my bag against the wall, and checked every corner of the cabin. The cupboards were mostly empty except for a few cans of beans and dusty jars. A rusted pot sat on the stove. There was also a small axe leaning near the door, probably for chopping wood. I felt satisfied that I had what I needed. The first night was quiet, too quiet. I lay on the bed, listening to nothing but the faint rustle of trees outside. No cars, no voices, no buzz of streetlights, just stillness. I had wanted this, but I hadn't expected how heavy it would feel. Every creak of the cabin made me sit up, and I caught myself staring at the ceiling in the dark for long stretches of time. Still, I slept eventually. The days started normal. I woke up, made coffee on my small stove, and ate from the supplies I brought. I walked in the woods around the cabin, following deer trails and snapping small branches underfoot. The air was crisp, the ground damp from old rain. My phone had no service, but I knew that already. I told myself it was good to disconnect. On the 3rd day, I noticed something that made me uneasy. About 50 yards behind the cabin, I found a tree with its bark stripped away. At first, I thought it was from animals, maybe deer rubbing against it. But the marks were too high and too even. It looked more like someone had taken a blade and carved long lines down the trunk. I ran my hand over the grooves, deep enough to dig into the wood. It unsettled me, but I told myself it was old. Maybe kids had camped here once, or a hunter had made some marks. I pushed the thought aside. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I heard a sound outside the cabin just before midnight, a dull crunch like footsteps on leaves. I held my breath and listened, staring at the ceiling. The sound stopped after a moment, and I convinced myself it was an animal, probably a deer or a raccoon. Still, I didn't fall asleep until much later. The next morning, I walked around the cabin and checked the ground. At first, I didn't notice anything, but near the back corner of the cabin I saw impressions in the dirt. Not clear footprints, but disturbed soil, like something heavy had pressed into it. Could have been anything, but my chest tightened all the same. I thought about leaving, but it felt ridiculous. I had paid for a week. I wasn't going to run back to the city over a few marks in the dirt. The days kept going, but something in the air changed for me. I started to feel watched. Every time I stepped into the trees, I found myself glancing over my shoulder. I thought I saw movement once, a flicker of something pale against the dark trunks. But when I stared, there was nothing. At night, I began hearing noises more often. A crunch of leaves, a faint knock almost like wood tapping wood. Always far away, but not too far. By the 5th night, I was barely sleeping. I lay awake, straining to hear. The cabin walls seemed too thin, the windows too bare. Around midnight, I heard the crunch again. This time slower, deliberate, like steps circling the cabin. I gripped the knife I kept beside the bed and sat up in the dark, heart pounding so hard I thought it might shake the bed. The sound lasted minutes, then nothing. At dawn, I forced myself outside. I walked the perimeter of the cabin slowly, scanning the ground. I found prints this time. Not boots exactly, but the shape of a shoe pressed faintly in the dirt, leading into the trees. My stomach sank. Someone had been out here, watching, circling me while I lay inside. I told myself I would leave that day. I packed some of my things and put them in the car. But when I turned the key, the engine sputtered and died. I tried again. Nothing. I lifted the hood but couldn't see anything obvious. I wasn't good with engines, but the battery looked fine, the belts intact. Still, the car wouldn't start. I tried for nearly an hour before giving up, sweat rolling down my back despite the cool air. I was stuck. Panic started to creep in. The nearest town was miles away. Walking back meant hours on those dirt roads, maybe more. My food was still okay, but I couldn't ignore the thought that someone else was out there. Someone who didn't want me here. That night was the worst. I tried barricading the door with the small table and kept the axe beside me. Around midnight, the sounds returned. This time closer. I heard the crunch of leaves, then the faint creak of the porch. My skin went cold. I held the axe, staring at the door in the dark. The wood groaned like weight was shifting on it. Then silence. I sat awake until the first light came. In the morning, I stepped outside carefully, axe in hand. The porch boards showed fresh dirt, faint smears like the edge of a boot had scraped across. Whoever had been there was right at the door. My chest tightened as I looked at it. I realized they hadn't tried to break in. They were just letting me know they were there. I didn't eat that day. My stomach twisted too much to keep anything down. I kept checking the windows, the tree line, the road. Hours crawled by, each one heavier than the last. By nightfall, I was trembling with nerves. That night, it escalated. Around 2 a.m, I heard scratching at the back wall. Slow, dragging scratches. I held the axe and pressed my back against the wall opposite, staring at the sound. It went on for minutes, then stopped. A moment later, a knock echoed on the front door. Not hard, just one slow knock. I wanted to scream but kept still. Whoever it was knew I was awake. They wanted me afraid. By morning, I knew I had to leave. The car was useless. Staying meant waiting for whatever game they were playing to end. I stuffed my backpack with as much food and water as I could carry and set off down the dirt road on foot. The woods felt endless, each step making me more aware of the silence. I walked for hours. The road stretched on, bending and dipping. I kept glancing back, half expecting to see someone following. At one point, I swore I heard movement in the trees beside me, but when I stopped, it stopped too. By mid-afternoon, I finally saw the faint outline of a farmhouse ahead. Relief hit me so hard I nearly collapsed. I stumbled toward it, waving an arm weakly. The farmer who lived there helped me. They gave me water, let me use their phone to call for a tow, and eventually I made it back to the city. When I thought back on it later, the fear returned stronger than before. Whoever had been out there never tried to rob me or attack me directly. They just wanted me to know they were there, watching me, circling me, waiting. It was worse than anything else I could have imagined, because I still don't know who they were or what they wanted. I only know that if my car had started, or if I had ignored the marks outside, I might never have walked out of those woods. I never went back to that cabin.